Hello, chat. How's it going on this beautiful Frederica Friday? Have some things to touch on real quick before we get started. Number one, as you can probably see in the pinned, there may be some weather issues. We're having some weather issues around here, so hopefully nothing bad happens to the stream, but we don't know. So if it does, sorry, but anyway, so that's the first thing. Second of all, what was the second of all? Citrine Ray, thanks for renewing your subscription. I appreciate it. I have the Apollo Justice video coming out tomorrow, so be sure to tune into that. It's finally here. I'm finally finished with it. Oh god, it took forever. And number three, because this episode is so long, Archiver of Worlds, thanks for renewing your subscription as well. Since this episode is so long and it's going to take, like, you know, that it was going to take more episodes than usual, I have essentially, for the past couple of streams, been trying to go a little bit longer than usual to even it out. So these next two streams will probably actually be, like, this stream and next week's stream, the last one for episode 4, will probably be a little shorter than usual as a result. But we'll see. Anywho, with all of that prelude out of the way, why don't we just go ahead and get right into it. You want to see it, I want to see it, let's go. Oh yes, Arahabaki Gaming, thanks for reminding me. In an earlier stream, when I was talking about the second half of the series, I said that the second half of the series was labeled the core arcs by 7th expansion. That is wrong. I remembered that incorrectly. That is a fanism. They are actually referred to by 7th expansion as the scattering or unraveling arcs, rather than the answering arcs, or answer arcs. So, correction on the record, got it out. Okay, good. Let's go. And Zero Anonymity, thank you for becoming a member. We are human.
Virgilia-sama, response from Warning Network, jailbreak. The goat guards aren't there for some reason.
What? Why? It's Gap, isn't it? Taking my summons without asking. Gap! Gap! Confirming rules of engagement. Request permission to fire at the escapees, ma'am. Do it! Kill them! Gap! Understood, ma'am. 45, 410, preparing for sniping pursuit combat. Ammo type, guided cluster rounds. Virgilia-sama, the escape prevention barrier. Ow. Yes, right. I won't let you escape from here. Ow! Bit my tongue saying gap. As they ran down the underground passage, the path in front of them was once again blocked by metal bars. The door was, of course, locked. However, that was no problem for them now.
Canon, more metal bars. We need you.
Yes, Kraus-sama. That is incredible, though. I wonder if you could tell me what kind of principle it works on.
I'm not interested in principles. The only thing that's important is that he can sever the metal bars, and we can escape from here. Don't get distracted, Canon. Just do it.
Leave it to me. Canon sliced the metal bars again with a red trail, but there was a harsh, strange noise, and only a slight scratch was left on the metal bars.
Goodness, these are sturdy.
No, it's enchanted. It's Virgilia-sama's magic lock. Can you cut through it? Of course, but it will take time.
I'll give you 3 minutes.
After taking a deep breath and focusing his concentration, Canon once again extended his sword that trailed red. When he pressed it hard against the metal bars, sparks sprayed, almost as though he was burning through them with a blowtorch.
It looks like cutting it is possible, but it's going to make us work for it.
Kraus-sama, we've been locked onto by the enemy. Please, move back. Huh? Pursuers? There's no one coming. Please get behind me. They're aiming for us.
45, data received. Targets acquired. Correcting for terrain. Forming firing curve. Control points adjusted. Data link to 410.
410 data received. Checking danger zone, no problems.
00 loading. 00. Loading 48 sub-rounds. Individual homing F and F. Guiding cluster rounds. Ready.
45. Firing preparations complete. Guided cluster rounds loaded.
410. Firing!
A golden arrow that sparkled gold was fired, leaving a gold trail streaming behind. It drew a curve, went through the door, through the keyhole, down the stairs, towards the underground path at full speed.
Something shown.
You can't block the golden arrow with a shield. Canon-kun, prepare to intercept. Let's link.
Gatekeeper, understood. It's been a long time since I fought alongside you, Nason. Don't screw up.
Yeah, I'll give it everything I've got.
Then we'll be fine.
Canon stopped cutting the bars and stood in front of Shannon. Behind him, Shannon closed her eyes, concentrating her mind, focusing deep, deep into the darkness of the underground path. A guided cluster round is a special kind of arrow made up of 48 sub-rounds bound together. It explodes mid-flight and divides into 48 mini-arrows. The strength of each individual one is low, but they pierce through all shields and possess total lethality against ground troops. And on top of that, each one of the 48 possesses autonomous guidance towards their individual targets.
It's shown. It's divided.
Checking guided cluster round division. 46, 7, 8. 48 sub-rounds. All locks acquired. Interception control. Data link to Canon.
Canon, data received. Your ability is incredible, Nason. I can see all 48.
Observe the interception priority ordering. Trust your Nason.
Of course. I don't even need to open my eyes.
Commence interception. Target's unharmed! It was intercepted!
Yeah? Now 48?
Shannon and Canon were originally a furniture pair, you see. They're strong when they're together.
Ow, ow, ow. I wonder if this is going to become a mouth ulcer.
Calm down. Reload. Updating ammo type. Precision light speed sniper rounds. Prepare for precision sniping.
Sounds good, Nya. Impossible to intercept super high-speed rounds. Impossible to defend against for a mere gatekeeper, Nya.
Precision sniping understood. Commencing collection of precision firing data.
What in the world was that just now?
Don't worry, I'm as clueless as you. All I know is that we'd be dead if we hadn't relied on those two.
Canon-kun, thanks. Go back to the metal bars. Next will probably come a shot that you can't intercept.
How do we block against such an attack?
We don't let them shoot. Canon-kun, spirit particle combat. Guard yourself.
At those words, Canon closed his eyes tightly and clenched his teeth. With Shannon at the center, a pressure and impact blasted out that could only be perceived by those not human. Oh, the magic.
Huh? Firing system error. No good. Rebooting. Huh? Spirit wave jamming. Spirit particle protection. Move it. What are you doing? Cover your ears, 45.
An unseen, unheard impact blasted towards the Chiester sisters. 00 and 410 crouched down, covering their ears, but 45 didn't make it in time. Still standing bolt upright, her eyes rolled inside her head.
45 damaged. Her compiler engine's gone kaput. The noise is too horrible for me too, Nya.
45, 410, and 00 damaged. Abandoning sniping. It came straight through the link. I have to reboot.
Raising their spirit particle sensitivity for precision sniping had backfired. They had taken the full brunt of the spirit particle shockwave Shannon had released. And not only 45, who had been hit directly, but also 00 and 410, who had been linked with her, were taken down.
Are you alright? I'll make you some more delicious black tea later, okay? Hold together. apologies, ma'am. We'll reboot. And please wait a few hundred seconds.
All of the Chiester sisters collapsed. They would probably get back up eventually, but it looked like it would be hard for them to return to the battle lines for a while.
So, furniture was able to repel weapons if but for a moment. I see. The plots which entertain that child truly are filled with unexpected turns.
Virgilia toured the air with a large motion as though opening a door.
Come, arise, goat attendants. It's time for work. Kill and capture the escapees. Corpses are fine, we can just revive them anyway.
A gold-colored door opened in the air, and countless giant goats with muscular bodies peeked their faces out.
Come now, hurry. There are 5 escapees, so the fastest 5 of you win. There will be a wonderful prize. Come on now, go for it, go for it!
Virgilia clapped her hands, urging them on. A prize? After glancing at each other at those words, the goats rushed to the door at once, trying to get out, making the exit as tight a squeeze as the trains during the commuter rush. Each wanted to get out first, so none of them could get out. Virgilia held her head in frustration. By that time, Canon had managed to cut just enough bars to make a gap that could be slipped through. It proved a bit of work for Kraus, large as he was, and Nanjo, whose waist was nearly his downfall, but even so, they all managed to make it through. But their relief at getting through was short-lived. Immediately, another set of metal bars blocked the way in front of them.
The security sure is tough. I bet they really didn't want the people in here to escape.
Canon, sorry, but I'll have to ask you again. I'm sure it's tough on you, but please.
There was sweat on Canon's forehead. You could tell at a glance that cutting the metal bars, which had been made even more solid by magic, was exhausting him considerably.
Yes. Leave it to me, Kraus-sama.
Only you can do it. Please, we're counting on you.
Only he could do it. Holding tightly onto those words, Canon concentrated his mind again, and once more set himself to the task of cutting the bars.
Enemies are coming from behind. Multiple.
Yes, this time even we can tell. The ground's really shaking. I can tell that some terrible monsters are rushing at us.
Don't worry. I'll seal the bars we just came through with a magic lock. Goats won't be able to break through it.
Shannon held her hand out towards the bars that they had come through. But she stopped right away.
What is it?
Virgilia-sama has started neutralizing the spirit wave jamming. It'll be bad if it's broken. We'll lose the initiative once the Chiester sisters are rebooted.
I'll make you pay in full for bullying these cute rabbits. If you're trying to gain the advantage with those crafty little spirit particles, I'll tear all that off and rob you of them. Nesan, concentrate on the spirit wave jamming. The gap in those bars is too narrow for those goats. It should hold them back for a while.
I don't have a clue what you're saying, but...
We at least get the point that it's something pretty bad.
Kyrie picked up a metal bar that Canon had just cut. Kraus had no weapon, but he rubbed his fist, and the two of them glared into the depths of the underground passage where the shaking was coming from.
I believe this set of bars is the vital thing blocking the way. How far is it to the mansion from here? Quite a walk. The path is even, but I seem to remember walking for 30 minutes.
So if we run flat out, it'll be half that time.
They couldn't tell for sure since they didn't have the three-sided mirror, but there was no guarantee that George and Jessica could hold out against demon opponents for all that time.
If we run at twice walking speed, it'll be 15 minutes. And running at twice that speed again would make it 8 minutes.
And if we sprint flat out at double that speed again, it won't even take 5. No sweat. What an unreasonable calculation. But calculations in dire emergencies do tend to be that way.
My sincere apologies, everyone. The rest will be up to you.
Leave it to us. Canon, you cut the bars as fast as you can. Shannon, you concentrate on jamming this witch called Virgilia or whatever. Kyrie-san and I will defend against the pursuers.
Then, the roars of the beasts rang out from the darkness, and numerous fiery, glowing bright red eyes appeared. The goats rushing towards them with thunderous force were several levels more massive than the guards had been. The tremors they created were almost like an earthquake. The power and terror was tremendous, but Kyrie instead laughed with relief. Those massive bodies wouldn't be able to go through the gap in the bars. The group of goats crashed into the metal bars with a terrific sound like that of a train colliding with a dead end. Clumps of dirt fell here and there from the ceiling, and you could tell that the metal bars had buckled inwards. The force of their charge must have been no different from a train. If the metal bars hadn't been there, they would undoubtedly have swallowed the 5 of them up and crushed them in an instant. When the group of goats pressed up against the metal bars realized that the 5 were right in front of them, they let out a terrible howl, trying to intimidate the 5. Although it was hard to tell whether that was really intimidation, or because of the pain from being pushed and shoved. One calm goat amongst them figured out that it just needed to do something about the metal bars, and grabbed 2 of them with its massive arms, and began bending them as though opening double doors. Kyrie sharply jabbed her metal pole at the goat's vitals. The goat let out a roar of anguish. It probably hurt a lot, but that was all. It wasn't enough to bring it down.
Kraus-san.
Still holding the stuck-in metal pole, Kyrie relinquished the opposite tip to Kraus. Kraus ran there with all of his might, leapt into the air and kicked it in with all of his weight and kicking power combined. All of that destructive power was focused on that single pole, drilling it in.
Are you alright? Please don't rub the affected area. I shall prescribe some medicine later. Take care.
As the goat who had taken a pile bunker to its vitals writhed with teary eyes, it nodded its head.
Looks like our link isn't that bad either. We can't let Shannon-chan and Canon-kun beat us.
Naturally. We are a loving family after all.
We can take them if it's 2-on-1. Next, that one on the right.
Roger. You seem like a great wife. That Rudolph. I'm starting to think he grumbled a little too much.
No, you'll have to tell me about that later. Rudolph-san, it's no use you turning white in heaven. It's too late for excuses.
The goat's massive body sank into the rosebush. Even taking into account that a leg's power is 3 times that of an arm's, this strength surpassed common sense. That massive body, flying up and through the air from being kicked in the chin, it was too epic! Guys, this is epic! Oh, I will take a drink of water. Even George seemed a little surprised.
To think that my kick works on monsters too. I'm astonished.
It's because of your counter-attacking type barrier. And the attack power that grazes you is added onto your own. The superhuman power of those monsters has been added to your kicks.
I don't really get it, but isn't that just perfect for me? If you're going to attack me, then no matter who you are, you should be prepared for a counterattack of equal measure. Non-aggressive defense. That's exactly my policy.
That's why Gap couldn't easily touch him. The counterattacking type barrier had no defensive power. However, because of its counterattacking characteristic, it could be useful in defense by making the opponent hesitate to attack. The goats were foolish, so they attacked without worrying, but the effect was being realized to the full against Gap.
These guys really are dull. When your power is even, it's better to be of a smaller build.
He lightly dodged the log-like arm. When that arm touched the barrier that protected George, it let off a strong red light, and the tip of that foot that was counterattacking gained the same shine, and the superhuman power of the goat was added to George's own. The second goat fell forwards and floated in the air for a second. Then, George's next roundhouse kick missed right over the falling goat's head. For an instant, the goat hoped to get away with its life. But no. A heel was dropped onto the back of its head, and it was forced to kiss the ground.
Going from a high roundhouse kick into the
I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce that. Nari-chagi?
It's pretty basic, right? It connects pretty often if you don't overuse it.
This guy's a problem. Seriously a problem.
Demons? Witches? Get real. The rulers of Rokenjima are this Ushiramiya family. I will teach that to you with every ounce of strength in my body!
You...
The only way to finish off George now that his body was wrapped up in the counterattacking type barrier was not to allow him a counterattack. Next time she sucked him into the abyss, she would have to kick and drop him, kick and drop him, kick and drop him, until she kicked him to death. But George had already perfected reading the faint warning signs that told of the appearance of Gap's pitfalls. If he managed to jump over that next pit, then this time, he would probably pulverize Gap's head with his whirlwind-like kick without holding back in the slightest, just as had been done to his parents. She was able to envision that scene vividly. It was far too late now, but Gap cursed Kinzo all the same for calling her out to this ridiculous island. Runaway finally started using both of his hands to form a shield. Without a more powerful shield, he wouldn't be able to completely block Jessica's fists anymore. The enchantment on Jessica's fists grew the more she fought. The permeation upgrade had already stacked several times, and those fists had been given an impact upgrade, a piercing upgrade, and a speed upgrade, making them fists. Did they meant? Oh, okay, I see. Making them fists worthy to fight on par with the demon. I don't know why I just like read it in that cadence, like, oh, them fists.
What's wrong? Starting to get tired? You're getting all slow!
No. Your movements, thoughts, and kinetic vision have all been exponentially enchanted.
My movements have not changed from the beginning. Your movements are beginning to capture me.
And you still won't fight back?
This is the style which I insist upon. However, I cannot allow things to continue as they are. It's about time for me to get serious and end this.
Runaway's face turned into an expression he had never shown before. It was truly demonic, and to Jessica's eyes full of respect, because it was an expression only shown to enemies strong enough to make him get serious.
Whoa! What the heck?
With a whole body gesture that you couldn't call elegant, Runaway set up a shield with all his strength, the size and thickness of a wall. Its sturdiness was nothing like a shield. It was literally a wall. And on top of that, with all of Runaway's magical power, it pushed Jessica back bit by bit. Did he plan on pushing her back against the wall and crushing her to death? Jessica tried to break through the wall with both fists, but it was solid. Without any exaggeration, it was solid.
You call this serious? No problem! I'll break right through it!
I will not let you this time.
This wall is somewhat different. Here, allow me to enchant it as well.
Runaway made magic signs with his fingers, almost like a ninja. The wall glowed red for just an instant and became imbued with some kind of ominous power. Almost immediately, Jessica also gained a first-hand understanding of this. Every time she pounded her fists against the wall, pain rebounded upon her as though glass fragments had scattered and hit all over her body.
I upgraded it with attack reactive armor, an exceptional item which will decrease the force of your attacks by counterbalancing them, and can even counterattack with reactive fragments. You're perfectly welcome to keep punching it, but doing so will affect you as well.
So it's an endurance test between me and your wall? Fine by me!
Will you fall to your knees first, or be pushed into the wall first? Allow me to observe.
Or I might break through it and smash that whole wall along with your face! Ever think about that? Just watch me!
Without hesitation, Jessica slammed both fists into the wall. Each time she did, a large amount of shards scattered, tormenting her body all over. Countless red cuts soon appeared all over her body. She grimaced at the intense pain, but her eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and her lips curved in a grin exactly the opposite of the pain.
Canon, are you done yet? We're all right, but I can't say the same for the bars holding those guys in check.
Just a little more. There's no end to these guys. The bars might break from them just shoving each other.
The metal bars creaked under the strain of the group of goats. Several arms grabbed the bars, twisting them with superhuman strength. However, some bars were being pulled in opposite directions by different hands. Apparently, they really were stupid. The way those countless hands were grabbing the metal bars happened to match up by chance. Several hands grasping two metal bars neatly put their power together and pulled the bars to the left and right, creating an opening. The incredible sound of metal bending could be heard, and that gap was getting larger bit by bit. They attacked the arms of those goats one by one, but they weren't getting anywhere. They couldn't stop the gap from expanding left and right. A loud metallic sound came from behind them. Canon had finally finished cutting.
Quickly!
Kiryu-san, ladies first. You next, Dr. Nanjo.
Krausama, please leave this place to me. What?
Canon's red sword, with which he had cut the metal bars, disappeared.
Sorry. We've encountered Virgilia-sama's spirit particle combat area of influence. Our magic power is being neutralized. I'm impressed that you put up such a fight against a great witch like me. You can no longer use your magic in that underground passage.
A magic circle column drew complex magical formulae around Virgilia. With such full-fledged magic being used, Shannon's power couldn't even compete. On the contrary, it was surprising that she withstood as much as she had.
Spirit particle superiority ensured. Come, Chester sisters. Now it's your turn. Wait, are you still rebooting? Why are kids so bad at waking up these days? My apologies, ma'am. We're all different versions.
Why is it that the shortcuts and pull-down menus get all screwed up every time you change versions, yeah? Did you not shut down successfully last time? Administrator privileges? Oh, what is all this nonsense? Okay. Fix me quickly, huh?
Calling Imperial Guards troubleshooting. What? You won't tell us without a user code?
45 is in control of the user code, yeah?
All I can hear is 99999. Have her write it on some paper.
Her language support system hasn't come back up, so she can't even write, yeah?
You take your time fixing yourselves. I'll go myself.
Sorry!
The narrow underground passage was packed with goats, truly like a commuter train in the morning. Hey, zero anonymity with the 50 dot. Holy shit, dude! I've looked forward to these every week since you started, so for all the work and all the love you put into this, have a fraction of what all this deserves. Holy crap, thank you so much. That is really, really generous. Holy shit, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Virgilia was again in disbelief at this congestion.
What are you doing? Huh? You want to be the first because you want the prize? You're getting in each other's way because you don't want the others to steal the prize from you? You stupid goats! I'm going myself, so open the way! What? You don't want to? Virgilia-sama's trying to steal the prize? Why are you forming a scrum? It's so crammed and tight! When did this become a goats-only car? Whoever just touched my butt, get off at the next station! Huh? What do you want? Come this way, you say?
The 5 people in Krause's group dashed through the passageway with all their strength. They couldn't afford to dawdle around underground. They had to quickly join up with the children on the surface. Once everyone was together, there would no longer be anything to fear. Just then, a terrible rumble started closing in from behind. Had the pursuers finally made it through the metal bars? But they couldn't see anyone when they turned around. But that rumble and dirt falling here and there from the ceiling grew closer and closer, finally catching up with them and even going past them. It felt almost like they had been passed by goats.
Oh yeah, here we go, chat. This is one of my favorite scenes in the entire episode.
The instant after they thought that nothing had happened, the ceiling in front of them fell in, and a single goat stood in their path. Virgilia was sitting on its shoulder.
This wise child knew a shortcut. What a good kid. You get first prize. Later, I'll treat you to some homemade mackerel curry.
Maybe it really was happy even to receive such a dubious prize. The massive goat showed its joy by putting its hands together and wiggling. Virgilia leapt down, laughing that now it was finally checkmate.
Damn, it's no good. Our magic has been completely killed. It's too early to give up. Even without magic, we still have our bodies.
Don't be ridiculous. There's no way you could fight a monster like that without that strange power. Stay back, children. I'll handle them somehow, so you escape past that monster while I'm keeping him busy.
I won't let you.
Virgilia clapped her hands and a purple magic barrier appeared behind her, stealing even the faint hope that Krause had been betting on.
Is there nothing more to be done? No. There's still a chance. Even Jessica fought. I must do the same.
Are you serious? It's not possible. Not against that massive monster.
Don't be absurd. Kraus-san, let us think of another way. If you think of something, I'm open to suggestions. Until then, it looks like I'll have to manage something. Come on, get back!
Be careful.
My, Kraus. You intend to fight this child alone?
You never know. In a fight, it's always possible to get in a lucky shot.
You think you can win even with a fluke? Allow me to explain the situation for you, since you clearly don't know your place.
What?
Assuming you were to wield 100% of your strength, your power level is at most 6. In comparison, this child has a power level of 1,000. In short, even if there were 100 of you, you could never win. Well, it's true that there are uncertain elements in a fight. I will admit that your power level has a slight scaling factor to it. But even so, your chances of defeating him are around perhaps 0.00001%. Do you understand? Habaki Gaming with the $2, extra flag, that has a long way to go. Yeah, we'll find out what the number is in just a moment. But even so, okay, yeah. Do you understand? You don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of victory. Virgilia and the goat guffawed together.
Damn it. If there's a 1 in 10,000 chance, then the payoff will be 10,000 times more, will it not? A good dark horse. I like betting tickets like that. Makes me want to buy them.
But the coin to buy that is your life, and there's only one of those, you know. Nevertheless, I can understand the feeling of wanting to entrust your fate to that miracle. Which is why, in praise of your courage for standing against us without fear, I shall give you a bit of a handicap. This child will fight you with only his left arm. Well, even so, I can't imagine for a moment that he'll lose to you. Seriously, what is that thing that keeps going bing bong bing bong?
Very well. I'll accept that challenge. Left arm or whatever else, I'm sure I'd be killed with a single strike in any case. I also have only one single chance at a strike. I can only bet everything on that. That's absurd, Kraus-san. I know that you used to do boxing, but I believe that was from your college days. No, even if there were a pro boxer here, there's no way he could defeat a monster like that with just one strike.
That would be true if it were like a match in the ring. But Kraus-Nissan does have an admittedly small chance that he can set his hopes on. He's settling all his hopes on that one chance.
You aren't saying. But there's no way that's going to work.
Kraus-sama.
Watch me. I'll settle this with a single strike.
How unwise. I know what you're gunning for. The distance between the two of them is more than 10 meters. If the goat and Kraus both step in with all their strength to settle the fight with a single blow, their power will be double the norm. Both will crash together, so it will be a relative 4 times normal. Even if, on top of that, the strike miraculously lands on a weak point for a critical hit, that will only double the power. In short, Kraus's maximum power level of 6 times 8 will cap out at 48 at the most. He might just barely be able to win if he repeated that lucky shot a full 20 times. If you're killed every time you take a hit and your damage still accumulates. Let's see. Perhaps you could finally win when we get to episode 24? If only this series could stretch on so long. Either way, you don't even have the slightest chance of victory. Abigail with the $20. Can't believe I'm throwing money down for Kraus right now. Let's go. Let's keep going. Let's keep doing Kraus math. Let's fucking go. Good gracious, what is that bing bong I keep hearing?
I'll be betting everything on a single strike. You have no reason to hold back either. Give it everything you've got.
He's requesting that you go all out. Pulverize him with a single all-out strike and turn him into chunks of meat. As the goat got excited and beat its chest over and over, it took a position as though preparing for a sprint. Is this what you were hoping for? Stake your hopes on your greatest power level and despair when even that doesn't reach at all. It pinged again! That thing is really getting on my nerves! What is it?
Here I come. Ready?
The goat roared in response. Then, with the match timing that only the men confronting each other could comprehend, Daniel the Spaniel with the 5 pounds. Fuck whatever I was trying to figure out. This is the real Kraus maths. And the two leapt forward like bullets shot out of a gun. The men howled, collecting the strength from all over their bodies into one arm each. The goat's fiery, glowing eyes clearly locked onto Krause's face. He could perfectly see a vision of when he would step forwards, when he would punch through Krause and blow him away, and when he would achieve his total victory. Holy shit! The 50 from Hanayomie! I love the Krause moment. Krause ganbatte! Yes, we are all gassing up Krause right now. Chat, the more you increase his worth, the more damage he will do. The long, painful days before today drifted through the goat's mind. The hard days of training when his senpais had picked on him. The faint glimpses of his senpai's worn concern during those days. And the joy of that day his power had been acknowledged, and he had been accepted as one of the team. I never properly respected my parents. That's right, I'd actually planned on washing my hands of this business when this job was over, and returning to my hometown. Sorry, my little goat sister. Your Oni-chan caused you nothing but trouble. And I actually have a childhood friend, and I'm gonna marry her when I get home! Ah! No! Don't trip so many loser flags! Heart with the $5, Krause stonks! You can't handle that punch! Dodge it! It happened the instant before the two crashed and their punches crossed.
Foolish Virgilia. It looks like you couldn't make a composed decision.
You must not take that punch! Deflect it! The very instant the goat's left straight and Krause's right straight crossed. The goat obeyed Virgilia's order with super fast reflexes and pulled back his straight, deflecting Krause's punch. Yes, Virgilia's decision was probably wise. After all, the number of loser flags act as a multiplier on the opponent's power level.
That was close. If you had taken that punch after tripping so many loser flags, imagine just how great a force it would have been multiplied to. Come on, from there, smash the completely open right side of his face with the right straight. What? The promise about fighting with only your left arm? Promises are made to be broken. Tripped another one! I'm disappointed, Virgilia. You really were lacking composure. What's that? How was I not composed by noticing it beforehand and making him avoid it?
Why is that, Curious-sama? If it had crossed like that, wouldn't Krause-sama have won?
I see. Even with 20 loser flags, that's still not enough.
Krause's and the goat's double rush makes it ×4. With the miracle on their side, the firm promise of a critical hit would double it again for ×8. On top of that, a multiplier of ×20 equal to the number of tripped loser flags applies, making it ×160. At a glance, that looks like an incredible amplification, but even so, Krause's power level is 6. Even multiplied by 160, it only makes for a power level of 960, just a fraction below the goat's 1000.
That's why I said you weren't composed. You made a blunder. If they had crossed like that, you would have won. Even if that were so, it all comes down to the same thing if this right straight smashes Krause's head. Die, Ushirimiya Krause!
Take this! The most powerful blow in the world of boxing!
Having deflected Krause's right straight, the goat's own right straight closed in on the right side of Krause's face, which had been left open. But there, it crossed with a left straight from Krause. The two punches crossed, and time stopped as each aimed for the face of the other. Our Habaki gave me the $5. The goat's last name is Zappelli. He raised his sister and his baby brother. He prays to God despite never getting anything. He donated to charity. And my master, Tom Petty, taught me the ways of Hamon up in the mountains. Yeah.
To think that it would be brought to a simultaneous strike at a moment like this. But his power level caps out at ×160, making it 960. You never made it to my child's 1000.
No. Virgilia-san, you've lost.
Why?
You've made your goat deflect the first cross-counter. Certainly, if the right straight he issued after that were to hit, Krause-san would probably be in pieces. However, that was crossed. That's just no good. I'm afraid this is a complete loss for your goat.
A cross counter has 4 times the destructive power. This is common knowledge in boxing. And if that is deflected and the right straight hits, then the double cross counter has 8 times the destructive power. This is also common knowledge in boxing. If that is crossed, by the principle of leverage, the triple cross then multiplies the destructive power by 12. This is also painfully common knowledge in the world of boxing.
Kraus-san's power level is 6. A double multiplier from both sides for rushing in, making it times 4.
The critical hit makes it times 8.
Up to times 160 for tripping too many loser flags. And times 12 on top of that for the triple cross counter.
Times 1920.
A power level of 11,520. Kraus's punch now had the power to easily win that Budokai tournament.
This result was brought about by Kraus-san's persistence in not giving up on victory until the end, and your conceit. Without either, it would never have become so powerful. You fought well. It's okay. You can fall now.
Literally like the Jujutsu Kaisen, like, stand proud, you were strong. Iconic Laser with the $10. The funniest joke in Umineko is something you can only catch in hindsight, but in the moment, I have to give the shout out to the Tenkaichi Budokai. Legendary. And Kitty with the 5 euro, is that, wait, it's the euros, right? Yeah. To Kraus for being the real GOAT. He did it, he did it. Oh no, wait, it's pounds, right? Fuck, I get the euro and pound signs mixed up all the time.
Oni-chan gave it his all.
As the sparkling drops from the goat's eyes scattered, he softly toppled backwards and flattened Virgilia like a pancake.
Heavy! Get off!
The goat's massive body was too heavy for the slender Virgilia. She floundered around with it on top of her, but it didn't look like she would be able to escape. In that instant, the barrier Virgilia had sealed broke.
No hard feelings, please. Underestimating the principle of leverage was the cause of your defeat.
I wonder why the principle of leverage worked on that counter. It's an eternal mystery.
Let's escape while we can. You take care, Mr. Goat.
Well then, excuse us, Frigilia-sama.
Bow.
Wait! Get back here! Get this thing off me! Gap!
Menlo Marsails with $5, and now you too have witnessed the legendary Kraus Goat Punch. Yes, yes indeed, one of the best moments in Umineko, of course. And Daniel with the £2. That was the hottest thing ever, by the way. I'm glad the Kraus fans are really getting their dues this time. There was nothing more to block their way. They ran through the underground passage with single-minded purpose. Jessica had finally been cornered with the wall at her back. Brunove's magic barrier was advancing bit by bit and would probably crush her against the wall before long. Considering the distance, this would be the final strike, the final throw of her iron fist. Jessica had dealt out many punches so far. The wall wasn't invincible. It had already started to crack, and it wouldn't be strange for it to smash at any moment. However, due to the rebounding damage, Jessica herself was in very bad shape, with cuts all over her body.
Just stop this now. I don't intend to crush you. It's up to the master to decide how to deal with you. However, I do intend to put in a good word for your impressive fight.
No frigging way! Not yet! It's not over yet!
You have wounds all over your body. It's all you can manage just to stand, is it not? It seems that you plan on putting all of your strength into this final strike. However, that final strike will instead prove fatal for you.
The damage reflected by Brunove's magic barrier was proportional to the strength of the attack. Jessica's all-out punch would be bounced back onto her. The more all-out she went, the more suicidal it would be for her.
I get it. I know that.
I'm warning you. Stop this now. It's for your own good.
Stop bluffing. Your wall is about to break, right? I've been the one punching it. You think I can't feel that?
That was a fact. Brunove's wall was already on the verge of breaking. And on top of that, Jessica's fists had been imbued with an unimaginable magical attack power by now, and their destructive power defied the imagination. If she wasn't careful, That destructive power might pierce the defensive wall, smash Runaway as well, and then go on to expand the size of her bedroom by connecting it to the room next door. However, that damage would rebound on Jessica as well. She wouldn't escape unharmed.
I'll say it just one more time. Stop. I say this out of consideration for you.
Shut the hell up! Say your prayers!
Jessica howled. Putting all her strength and her last and greatest destructive power into her fist, she roared. The three goats had been beaten down long ago. Without a single ragged breath, George cautiously closed the distance between him and Gap. He was after her. He was planning on bringing her down with a single strike. Gap was also aiming for a single strike. If she let that chance slide, this time she would be killed.
Aren't you going to use your pitfalls?
Even the tiny moment of weakness during the time it took to open the hole would prove fatal against George now. Gap cautiously calculated the distance and timing, but even as she did, George closed the gap between them.
If you won't move forward, then I will.
Come on then. No more tricks. This kick of mine will end this!
The instant she noticed George's body blur, only his jacket was floating in the air. A short sound of realization entered her mind, and in that instant, darkness covered her. George, with his heels swung up high, looked even like a massive dragon attacking from the sky.
You fell for it! I win, Ushiramiya George!
What?
Gap opened a vast pit with her in the center and swallowed up George along with herself. The two were swallowed up by the pit and spat out from the ceiling of the arbor. But that was what Gap had been after, so she alone landed lightly. But there was another pit in George's landing spot.
Got you, Ushiramiya George! It's been fun. Die now! It would have been a waste for someone as good as you to end up as the Ushiramiya family head. So I'll eat you up right here, right now!
George once again fell from the ceiling of the arbor. He had probably been dropped the same distance as falling off the roof of a two-story building. In midair, he couldn't control his posture in any way. It was impossible to resist, to defend, or avoid. As Gap spun like a whirlwind, she concentrated all of her energy on the sharp tip of her stiletto heel. This was the final strike, to perform his requiem. The Queen Bee's final strike that would bore into heaven, knocking him down into the true abyss.
Welcome to the abyss. This is the end of the line for you!
Her prey captured in her sight, she launched her foot up into the sky. It was then that she saw George's face. Even though he was in midair, he was calmly adjusting his glasses with the middle finger on his left hand. And his posture was still preserved as that of an axe kick, aiming for Gap's forehead without the faintest deviation.
I already anticipated that you would opt for that move.
What?
If I jumped to make the person that was on the ground taste my heel, my posture would have collapsed long ago. However, my posture hasn't collapsed in the slightest. Do you know why?
You don't mean...
From the very beginning, I jumped to make the person that was 2 stories below taste my heel! You lose, Missy!
Bing bong. Take this!
Jessica's last and strongest upwards punch reached the wall and was sucked in. It was sucked into the black large hole that had suddenly opened on the wall.
Well, I did advise you to stop.
What? Truth is, I was never even in the slightest little bit of trouble. Sorry.
Jessica's fist had gone for George's stomach. and George's axe kick had lined up on Jessica's head. The shocking destructive power imbued in Jessica's fist crushed George's organs and scattered his abdomen. The equally as shocking destructive power in George's axe kick smashed half of Jessica's head and scattered its contents in the same manner.
I mean, come on! Witches are all about the acting, right? Hey, Rinche, how was it? Were you watching? Not bad! Followed the script to a T. You really do get it, Gap.
Beato and Gap gave each other a light high five.
Thanks, Renove. That was a treat. I'll return Jessica's corpse back there. Separate the corpses of the two who are close. Is the second twilight done now?
Gap dropped Jessica's corpse into a pit, and chucked out all the chunks of meat, too, into Jessica's room, as carelessly as though throwing them into the trash. Jessica's corpse and lumps of flesh fell from the ceiling and poured out all over her room. Renove shook his head slightly at this all-too-gruesome change.
My apologies, Jessica-sama. I did warn you. Of course, I suppose it's only natural that a human like yourself can't understand the demonic pleasure I derive from foreseeing this conclusion and giving you repeated warnings that I know you won't listen to.
It really was fun, kiddo. But you play with words a little too much. I think If You're Ready, May I Fight Back was the absolute classic. You've been reading a few too many light novels or something, you know.
In the arbor, brutally decorated by George and Jessica's scattered blood and guts, Gap enjoyed a loud laugh for a while, but she quickly realized that in all seriousness this was a little too filthy and undignified, and she snapped her fingers. I'm just gonna check the weather forecast real quick, by the way. Okay. No rain predicted for the next few hours. Oh, well, okay, it says it may form in the next hour, but we'll see. And, oh, a particular storm watch for the area that I had going on has been lifted. So that's no longer an issue. Cool. As she did, gold butterflies rose up from the ground all around the garden, stuck to each of the bits in stained patches of blood and got them all out. Then, bit by bit, they slowly turned back into George's corpse. And the awful corpse with its guts splattered out was repaired into a clean corpse that looked like it was sleeping. Was this some kind of post-mortem sportsmanship towards a good opponent? The heavens were slowly split, because Gap had lifted a leg high into the air, pointing at the sky.
So long, Lady Killer. This is the real game over.
Squish. Without a trace of mercy, that foot was brought down and buried into George's forehead. Her stiletto heel, sharp as a weapon, was impaled through George's forehead. She pulled it out with a blorp. It was like a mark of proof that Gap had indeed finished him by her own hand. Renove returned Jessica's corpse to its original form as well, and unlike how it had been with George, he had also restored Jessica's life. Oh, he had also restored Jessica's life. Sorry, I should have enunciated that a little more.
What in the world?
Huh, yeah. Hold on just a second, chat. I was just answering a question about dinner. Anyway.
A dream?
No, that's wrong. You certainly did pass away, Jessica-sama. You should be well aware of that memory in your final moments.
It was burnt into the back of Jessica's mind. For some reason, she remembered being thrown somewhere, and that her head had been smashed by George's heel.
Am I alive?
No, you're dead. That's merely being postponed for a scant 3 minutes with my magic. After 3 minutes, the magic will end, and you will return to being a tragic corpse with half of its head destroyed.
What?
Death is brutal. In most cases, you aren't even given the time to ready your heart. However, I've decided to give you that time, in recognition of your valiant battle. Use those 3 minutes to ensure that your lingering attachments to this world are all taken care of.
Or I could use those 3 minutes to take you down with me.
But the power that had been burning inside Jessica's body was now completely lost. Jessica was aware of that herself. She was already dead.
Well then, I will leave you now, if you would excuse me. It was fun, Jessica-sama.
Runaway turned his form into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. All that remained was the sound of the wind and rain, and the figure of Jessica crouching down against the wall. Jessica realized, after 3 minutes, she probably really would revert to the corpse she had been. In those 3 minutes, was there anything she could do? She stood up and with a shaky gait, took the phone that was on the desk.
Hello? Is that you, Jessica? Jessica!
What is it? Are you alright?
They got me.
Are you alright? Are you hurt? I'll come help you right now!
Nah, it's too late. I'm already dead, apparently. By the time you get here, I'll be a corpse with half my head spilled out.
God damn that old man! Wait right there, I'm coming right now!
Listen, Battler! Listen closely, alright? I know exactly why Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were so awkward talking about the guys who killed the 6 in the dining hall. Those guys, they aren't human.
What? What are you talking about?
What do you want me to say, man? I friggin' saw it, okay? Those guys, they warp, set up barriers, all that crap, you know? It's like some manga, some anime. Seriously, we can't deal with that. It was never gonna happen. Fighting them, it's impossible. That hat stand spear you were so proud of, you'd need something way better than that to deal with these guys.
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's forehead.
George Nissan didn't make it either. Instant death, that was. The next test is yours, Battler. I wonder if your test will be the same as ours. Be careful. And don't get it wrong.
You mean the test?
No. Don't get it wrong and think the enemy's obviously gotta be human. The enemy is not human. They're demons who can wield terrifying magic at will. No matter what, don't get that wrong. Watch yourself.
A line of blood dripped down from Jessica's mouth as well. The left half of her head started hurting. Jessica realized that she was about to return to the corpse she had been.
When 13 people die, the Golden Witch revives. Mom and the others killed earlier were the first 6. And that's the first Twilight. And with George Nissan and me dead, that's the second. So just 5 more people are killed. The ritual's gonna be complete, and the witch will revive. I hope Dad and the rest are safe. If they aren't, the one to test you might be the newly resurrected Beatrice herself.
By now, Battler had no idea what Jessica was saying, but from her tone, he realized that she knew she was about to die. So even though he didn't understand the situation, he urged her to hang on in there.
I told you, I'm already dead. See ya. It looks like time's up. Good luck on your test. I hope you can become the head.
Jessica? Jessica! Hey! Answer me! Jessica!
Battler's sorrowful voice could be heard from the dangling receiver. Crouching with her back against the adjacent wall, Jessica's head was half smashed.
Where are we?
Is this a well? Where is this?
Kyrie stuck her face out of the well, and then Kraus showed himself too. When he noticed that they could see the back of the mansion beyond a grove of trees, Kraus realized more or less where they were. To think that there had been a hidden underground passage and a well all the way out here, and that it led to a hidden mansion.
This really is tough on this old body. Ordinarily, you can come up through a different place with real stairs, provided you can unlock it. I have many questions I'd like to ask about the layout of this place later, Dr. Nonjo. Shannon, are you alright? Grab my hand.
I'm okay. Canon-kun, quickly.
Canon was the last, climbing up the ladder towards them in the shaft disguised as a well. It was probably quite deep. When he looked down for the first time, he realized how far they'd come up.
Firing!
Bang. As Canon was about to finally crawl out of the well, a hole the size of a basketball opened up in his chest. Everyone there looked through the hole in Canon's chest to the scenery beyond.
Canon-kun!
Canon toppled backwards and was swallowed up into the depths of the well.
Everyone run for it! The Chester sisters! They've locked on! We can't avoid them! Run! At least one of us survive!
At that time, Kraus, Kyrie, and Nanjo clearly saw a golden curve appear from the well and sow itself through the side of Shannon's head.
Shannon!
Head pierced. The three were perfect witnesses to everything, up to and including the opposite side of her head being blasted away into pulp. Shannon fell to her knees, blood gushing from both sides of her head, and flopped to the ground.
They're after us! Run! We'll be killed!
Run! Run, run, run!
Nanjo had become paralyzed in fright by the manner of Shannon's death, and the Chester sisters would not miss their chance. A curve again appeared from the well and pierced through Nanjo's forehead and out the back of his head in an instant, sewing through him. Thump. And so, Nanjo expired.
What on earth? Why? Where's the enemy attacking from?
We're being sniped! I don't know where from, but they have us completely in their sights! Escape into the mansion! Block their line of sight!
The two dashed into the back entrance of the mansion. Then, the instant Kraus tried to shut the door behind him, a golden curve appeared for the fourth time, piercing Kraus from the back of his head out through his forehead, and smashing even his forehead to pieces. Kraus's body lurched over, fell down hard, and drew a neat radial pattern with the insides of his head. Kyrie ran wildly through the hallway, flew into some room, and locked the door. But she couldn't imagine for a moment that this would save her life. She would probably die soon. This was apparently one of the guest rooms. At that moment, a phone on a side table caught Kyrie's eye. After hanging up the call from Jessica, Battler was literally just about to dash out. In that instant, the phone rang again.
Hello? Huh? Kyrie-san?
Yes, Battler-kun. I got lucky. I managed to escape the dungeon somehow. I really was fortunate.
Where are you? Is everyone alright? On our side, it looks like Jessica and George Aniki are...
Listen, I probably won't be alive for long.
Then, right after she got the sudden feeling that the keyhole of the locked door might have glowed gold, a gold curved line drawing a helix, no, a golden sewing thread, infiltrated the room through there at an incredible speed and bored a hole into the floor by Kyrie's feet.
Oh, that's rare. The enemy, who had sniped the other four one after another with extraordinary skill, apparently really do have trouble shooting me between the eyes with a single shot while I'm holed up in this room. But the next strike will probably hit. At this point, Kyrie finally remembered the initial massacre in the dining hall. But that's alright. That's right. Why did I say but that's alright? That was not the line. That's right. This is what killed Rudolph and the rest. All 6 of them.
Listen, Battlerkin. I'm going to tell you everything exactly as I saw it.
I'm sure you'll think that something's gone wrong with my head. In fact, it's all right for you to think that. Even I still haven't come to terms fully with what I saw. Today, after you all returned to the guest house, the family conference began in the dining hall, and I'll tell you everything that happened next. Listen until the end without butting in. The call might suddenly be cut off partway through. If it is, that's the moment I was killed.
Kyrie, son.
Then, Kyrie spoke about how Kinzo had come, the family conference had started, the 6 had been killed, and the 5 of them had been confined, about how she had escaped somehow and made it to where she was now, and how everyone had finally been killed, all spoken dispassionately, as she had seen it with no dramatization. She even spoke about how everyone except her had been killed, and how she had observed the moments of all of their deaths, and how even this very moment someone was trying to kill her.
Actually, even while we've been talking, I've been attacked 3 times. Something like this strange gold thread keeps flying in through the keyhole, spinning around and aiming for me. First it was by my feet, next it was close to my shoulders. Just now it grazed my ear. Its aim is getting more and more accurate. Looks like it'll go right between my eyes pretty soon.
Run, Kyrie-san! Run away!
Where to? You realize I've managed to run all the way here, shut myself into a room, and even lock the door. And I'm still being targeted. Just where am I meant to hide? Seriously.
Kyrie-san.
Battler-kun. Are Jessica-chan and George-kun still alive?
Just now, there was a phone call from Jessica. It kinda sounded like they were done for.
Thought so. Yeah, when we 5 were being killed one after another, I had a kind of premonition. I thought that perhaps the second twilight had been finished in the 13-person murder ritual, and that our twilights had been reached. In other words, when I die, that's 13. Then the ritual will be complete. The golden witch Beatrice will be resurrected. I wonder what will happen on this island filled with demons and witches, and swarming with goat monsters. When even the boss of them all, the golden witch, appears. I wonder just what in the world will happen. At this point, I can't make any sense of anything anymore.
Kyrie-san's voice had given up completely on her own life.
And because Battler could tell that, he couldn't stop the tears.
I did have just one thing.
Oh no, wait. I did just have one thing I can advise you on.
What?
Even if a demon or a witch does appear in front of you,
Yeah.
there's no need whatsoever to doubt what they are. Understand that they are what they seem. You might think that there should be some trick, or that there's some true identity behind it. If you have the time to think of something like that, it would be much more constructive to think of how not to damage the mood of whatever you're facing. Even mistakenly, you must not say prove it then. Show me some magic. You'll probably use a method of utmost cruelty to show you the proof.
I can't believe it. I never thought I'd hear something like that coming from your mouth.
I understand that it's unbelievable. That's why the only advice I can give to you, believe.
You're telling me to believe in Beatrice and demons and witches and monsters?
Probably. Even after being so clearly shown all those things not of this world, we still weren't able to believe any of it, I think. I'm like that even now. The true form of this thing that keeps attacking me, trying to shoot through my forehead, is something I can't understand, and I can't believe. So, I want you at least to believe, to understand, and to accept that being which we couldn't fully accept. If you do that for me, our deaths won't have been in vain.
It'll also have been worth it for me to make this phone call.
Curious-san!
I'm still okay. It grazed me, but it missed again. I very much doubt that I'll survive the next one. Thank you. And goodbye, Battler-kun. I was once cold towards you because you were Asumu-san's son. Forgive me for those days.
What do you mean, forgive you? Curious-san, you are a mother to me now!
I felt as though I heard an incredible sound at the other end of the receiver. And then, a noisy clattering sound, as though the receiver had fallen to the floor.
Curious-san! Curious-san!
Curious-san never responded through the phone. Again.
I don't know why you're angry, Battler.
You should? Everyone was killed, goddammit! By that goddamn old fart! They're saying something incomprehensible about Beatrice's resurrection ritual or something.
Then that means 13 people have been offered as sacrifices. And Beatrice will have revived already, you know?
Yeah, that's perfect. I'll take Beatrice too and kill them both!
We survived the ritual, so we'll receive an invitation to the Golden Land from Beatrice, you see? All wishes are granted there. If you're suffering because your family was killed, then you just have to bring them back to life. That's what I plan to do. I'm going to retrieve my really nice mama, the one that isn't possessed by the Black Witch. So Mama will always be with me from now on. There won't be any more overtime or working on days off. She'll always be with me and think only of me. And she'll fight all the time against fearsome enemies for me.
There's something wrong with you. How can you just sit there saying such incomprehensible crap in a situation like this?
Didn't Auntie Curia just tell you, Battler? Didn't she tell you to believe in the witch?
Shit. This isn't the time to get in an argument with you. Forget hostages. At this point, there's no one left alive at all. This dumb as hell screwed up ritual game is done now. From here on, I'm doing what I want. Someone might still be alive. Or someone might be hiding. I'll search every nook and cranny of this place, find them and beat the shit out of them!
In a rage, Battler grabbed his hat-stand spear and flew out of the room. Maria watched him go, looking bored.
But Beatrice would grant your wishes soon anyway. Stupid Battler.
Then the phone rang out again. Maria stood up and grabbed the receiver.
Hello?
Of course, the sound of the phone also reached Battler's ears as he was about to dash out of the guest house. With a violent forcefulness, he turned around and dashed into the cousin's room.
Maria! The phone call. Who is it from?
With a terrifying look on his face, Battler yelled at Maria, who was on the phone. You couldn't blame him. Right now, the only humans left on this island were himself, Maria, Goda, and Kumasawa. But there was no way those two could call while they were locked up in the gardening storehouse. Which meant there was only one person. It had to be Kinzo. As she happily chatted with the person on the other end of the phone, Maria slowly turned to face Battler. And, with an unsettling expression on her face, she laughed with a It felt almost as though the person on the other end of the line was chatting about Battler.
Maria, who's on the phone? Grandfather?
Battler couldn't imagine that this was the case. After all, it was inconceivable that Maria would be having such a friendly talk with Kinzo, chatting to him about Battler with that eerie smile on her face. Just what kind of person could be on the phone who could make Maria chat with a smile like that? At that time, in the back of his mind, the words Kyrie had spoken to him drifted up. Even if a witch does appear, there's no need to doubt it. Just believe in its existence.
Yep. Battler just came back. He sure is hasty.
Maria, who's on the phone? Who?
Hand it over? Sure. Here, Battler.
After getting the consent of the person on the other end, she held the receiver out to Battler.
Here.
Maria held the receiver out for him to take, as though it was perfectly normal. Battler felt just a little bit of hesitation towards taking the receiver, because, by acknowledging the existence of the person on the other end, he would have no choice but to admit it. Kyrie had said it. There was no longer any need to doubt their existence. Battler took the receiver. After he did so, Maria briskly headed for the door. Battler, who was slightly fearful about finding out for sure who was at the other end of the receiver, questioned Maria before taking the call.
Hey! Where are you going?
To where my test is. I wonder who the Ashiramiya family head will be. You or me.
Don't go! You'll be killed!
No, I won't. The ritual's already over. And even if I am, I'll be revived. Whether one of us becomes the head or not, we're already invited to the Golden Land. See you.
Wait! Maria!
Battler stretched his hand out to Maria's back as she left, but the cord of the receiver that he was gripping held him back like a chain. He readied himself. Battler put the receiver to his ear.
Hello?
Congratulations! And I'm fine! And you?
Screwed up mocking English filled his ears. It was the voice of a woman he didn't know. Who? The inside of his head was starting to freeze up. Who?
What do you mean, who? Ushiromiya Battler? The answer normally is yes, I'm fine. Is it not? That takes me back. You must have done that once in middle school. You must have done that one in middle school, right? That thing you do in pairs.
You're insane.
Iconic laser with the $5. Praise her name. Congratulations. Oh, yes, yes, yes. We're here, guys. Oh, Valerie with the almost rivaling Sayaka Ohara there. Thank you so much. That's really flattering.
Who are you? Answer me!
Say it in English. Isn't that your specialty?
Abigail with the $10. Okay, I had to donate again for that cackle. Thank you so much.
Quit messing with me! Who are you? That crazy old bastard's underling?
Underling is a cruel description. Go the other way and try captive. I have Kinzo captive. Right.
Habaki Gaming with the $5. Me when my crazy master, the magical golden chef, pisses in fire for magical Oh my god. What? You guys just say things sometimes, don't you? That last laugh didn't sound like it was aimed at Battler. It was almost as though Kinzo was right next to the phone, cackling as well.
Say your goddamn name! Who are you? Who?
Try and guess. You could win an invite to Hawaii. Finally! Finally! It was so long. The days leading up to today were really long. I seriously waited 1,000 years, you know, for this day to arrive. And here it is, all thanks to you, my big resurrection. Thank you, Kinzo. Just this once, I'll let you have that last take-back of yours.
Hell's bells. Do you have to be in this much of a good mood? Can't you act a little more ladylike?
Kinzo and Beatrice sat facing each other over the chessboard on the reception table. Also on the table were expensive cheeses and the like to go with drinks, and there was a line of several empty wine bottles. As Beatrice rolled around in her sofa in an unseemly way, she held a wine glass in one hand in a good mood, and probably completely drunk.
I'm in the best mood today, so I'm feeling crazy generous. Hey, Kinzo, don't use a well-aged noble rot wine like this as a decoration. Holy shit, it's in 1947! If you don't open it today, just when are you gonna open it? Let's slosh it all out over each other for fun. Then let's whack each other with the empty bottle.
That would be entertaining. You're a little too excited. You're cutting loose too much.
And what about you? Aren't you happy to be reunited with me? It's the living world, the earthly world. Long live my flesh!
What are you going on about? Are you saying that you're Beatrice or something?
Yes, I am! Thanks to Kinzo's 13-person murder ritual, I've finally been resurrected. It's nice having a mouth. It's nice having a tongue. How fun is it to be able to talk with you like this? Come to think of it, even though we've hurled insults at each other over and over again, this is the first time we've had a conversation like this on the board during the game, isn't it? How very fresh. Oh, did you hear that pop sound? He opened it. The maniac actually went and opened that vintage wine that's expensive as shit! Do you know how much a single bottle of that stuff costs? As much as a whole 10-kilogram ingot, isn't that crazy?
Cut the crap! Beatrice in my ass! You say that you're the Golden Witch? That's enough! What the hell? Where the hell are you? Is that damn old fart with you as well? I'll beat the shit out of both of you! Where are you right now? Answer me!
Oh, so you want to meet me?
Zero anonymity with the $2. The Great Witch of Carousing, Beatrice. Oh, yes, yes, yes. I have so looked forward to getting to this part.
Sure is tough being a popular woman. But please don't try to chat me up when Kinzo's around, okay? The gad's a bad egg. He gets seriously jealous, see? But when Kinzo isn't around and we're all alone, I'll love you all you want in secret, alright?
You're insane.
Kinzo, I've changed my mind. I won't do Maria's test. You go.
How fickle. Then you're saying that you will do Battler's test.
Nothing wrong with that, right? That guy's so much like a younger you know? It makes my heart race. Don't worry, I'm not gonna cheat on you. I'll only be alone with him this one time. I'm always alone with you, right? But no more tying me up 24 hours a day, alright? So there you have it, Battler. I, the Golden Witch Beatrice, will be running your test myself. As for the place, let me see. At the front entrance to this mansion. Battler, this headship test, you've seriously gotta full-ass this one, okay? I mean, Kinzo's practically dead on his feet. If you become the next head, you'll be the new owner of everything on this island. I wouldn't mind letting you have me all to yourself, you know. Just like Kinzo did. Control me, okay?
The front entrance of the mansion. Perfect. Listen to me, you stinking drunk. I'll sober you up, and I've got some hot punch waiting to help you through your hangover. Just you wait.
Battler impulsively slammed the receiver down. There was no need to talk through a receiver anymore.
I'll meet her face to face and settle this.
I took the spear I'd made by taking apart the hat stand, and went outside without even an umbrella. It's hard to imagine that the young woman calling herself Beatrice will be waiting for me alone. I should probably assume that she'll be waiting with those supporting troops that Goda-san and Kumasawa-san told us about. Going alone would be too reckless.
Goda-san, Kumasawa-san, it's me, it's Battler.
I headed for the gardening storehouse first. I need all the help I can get. Goda-san's a burly man, so I can probably count on him to add some extra brawn. Kumasawa-san's knowledge and familiarity with the area as a senior servant might prove to be a huge weapon. Both of them have master keys, and they know more about the mansion than I do. They're all pretty reliable allies. They're pretty reliable allies, rather. As I banged on the shutter and called out for them to open it, I remembered that there was nothing they could do from the inside. I would have to get the key back from them and open the shutter myself. I went around to the side, knocked on the small latticed window there, and opened it up.
Goda-san! Kumasawa-bachan! It's Battler! Hey, come on! Get up! Hey!
The scene in the shed,
lit by a dim light bulb, was all too bizarre.
Goda... Son... Kumasawa...
From a low ceiling beam hung 2 thick ropes.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've seen some pretty graphic imagery in this series so far, but I should warn you guys if any of you are like sensitive to the, like hanging visuals. Yeah. Just warning you.
And at the ends, Goda-san and Kumasawa-san were hanging by their necks. It was dim, and I was looking through a narrow gap between all the various pieces of equipment strewn about, so I couldn't make out any more detail than that. But when they showed not even a tremor after I called out to them, and because of the way the loops around their necks seemed to carry the full weight of their bodies, I could sense no trace of life from them.
You've gotta be kidding me, right? Why?
The shutter is still closed, and there's only a single key which I'm sure Goda-san took possession of. So how did the culprit open the shutter and kill the 2 of them inside? No, wait. They weren't necessarily killed. If this was a suicide, this locked room makes sense. But I don't know why the 2 of them would hang themselves. Feebly, I slumped down on the spot. Now, the only humans alive on this island are me, Maria, and my old bastard's old bastard. No, there's also that nutso woman calling herself Beatrice. Maria's been acting like she's on the witch's side from the beginning. And Gramps is the very person who revived the witch. Plus, there's the witch herself. What the hell? Then it's just as though I'm the only one on this island. Using my pole as a cane, I feebly rose to my feet. Damn, I can't do this. I've got to avenge everyone.
Damn it! It's no good. Yeah, it's no good. It's no goddamn good at all! Damn it!
I got the crying out of the way while I could, so that all my weak emotions would be squeezed out with my tears. Then, I straightened up and gazed into the darkness in the direction of the mansion. At the entrance to the mansion, the witch is waiting. I'll go and settle this. I'll find the source of this weird blood-soaked night and crush her with my own hands. Amidst the pouring rain, I walked through the rose garden without an umbrella, letting myself get soaked. I could see the arbor in the distance. According to Jessica, it seemed that George Aniki had also been killed. Well, by this point, there's no need to worry about the lives of any hostages. I left the path, aiming for the arbor. Then, I saw George Aniki's weather-beaten corpse.
Ushirimiya George, corpse discovered by the Rose Garden Arbor. There was a single hole right in the center of his forehead. It seems reasonable to think that he was shot with a gun or something. It was a brand of humiliation, marking his loss to Gap.
Aniki. Shit. The corpse was in front of the arbor. If he could have died under the arbor, he would have at least been spared being beaten down upon by the rain. There was a gaping hole in Aniki's forehead, as though he had been shot with a gun. Perhaps because the rain had washed everything away, his face wasn't covered with blood, and so he looked almost like he was sleeping. However, the deep red his clothes were stained still provided the evidence that a large amount of blood had flowed out. How happy I'd be if he were sleeping, or else pretending to be dead. But Aniki's eyes remained open, even though the rain sprayed against them. And the hole in his forehead was the real thing. There had been a faint chance that Goda-san and Kumasawa-san hanging by their necks in the gardening shed could have been a bad joke, but that naive possibility had now been completely denied. And as I looked at this corpse, I became completely sure. Just as Goda-san had once said, the enemy came to take lives as though these lives were pieces on a chessboard.
Yeah, there's no mistake. It seems that the old geezer and the witch really don't view our lives as anything more than that. The damn witch.
when she was on the phone. She talked about us like we were on the game board. Perfect.
Right, she thinks this is a game, huh? Then, the same way you killed everyone like it was a game. It's alright if I kill all of you like it's a game as well, right? Just you wait. Beatrice!
The lightning caused the mansion's vast shadow to emerge. Finally, the mansion. As the massive shape came into view, there was no silhouette of any person. It seemed that there weren't any underlings waiting for me in a pack or anything like that. According to Kiryu-san, there was a large number of attendants with goat heads. At least for now, I couldn't sense any large group like that hiding and staring at me. What's this? Beneath the roof of the entrance, there's something set down. What is this? A box? It looked like the kind of small box that girls often keep trinkets in. Or maybe it was some kind of extravagant cigar case you'd find in a reception room. Either way, it didn't look like something that belonged here. It clearly looked as though I was being told to open it. But the thought of doing what they wanted me to was somehow irritating. However, it didn't look like we'd get anywhere if I didn't open it. Could it be that it's set up with some trap to make it explode when opened? While thinking things like that, and forgetting even to go out under the overhang, I continued to glare at the box as the rain beat down upon me. Then, mixed in with the thunder, was some kind of music? It sounded like something like that. It was the tone of the big clock in the hall announcing midnight. It was also the sound that announced that the crazy day of October 4th had finally ended, and that the much more incredibly crazy day of October 5th had begun. That sound quieted, and I could hear an eerie laugh coming out of nowhere. I got the feeling that the voice was coming from the heavens, and I looked up to the sky. And there was a woman I had never seen before. No, it's not true that I've never seen her before. I saw her once today. Yes, in the portrait inside the mansion. The clothes were different, but that face was just like the witch of the portrait. Who am I kidding? I already know who this person is.
So you are Beatrice!
You battler! Leaning over the second floor balcony and waving cheerily from under her umbrella was without a doubt the witch of the portrait, Beatrice. Was the plan for the boss to watch on from above as her goat underlings torture me to death? I adjusted my grip on the spear, and imagining goats creeping out of the surrounding shadows in the entrance and surrounding me, I raised my guard in all directions.
Be at ease. There's no one here but you and me, you see. There's no goat furniture and there are no demon butlers. Master is not here, nor my close demon friend. And there are none of the gold butterflies that help compose my physical form. There are no magic circles and no summoners in attendance. Do you know what this means?
Not a clue. Quit babbling.
I have in fact met you several times, even in this world, almost as though brushing past one another, meaning only for a moment. As you know, this world of humans is filled with a toxin just by your existence and your doubting of me. Almost like solid ramparts strengthening the defense around you, the king. And through multiple games, I advanced my pieces one by one, splitting you apart and cornering you, undermining your ramparts bit by bit. Then finally, once I opened a tiny crack, I sent a bishop in, so that it could approach right up next to you. But as you know, bishops are pieces with blind spots. As long as you stay on the black squares, a black bishop can exert massive influence upon you. But if you escape just one step to a white square, then even if I close in right next to you, I will not be able to touch you. That is why I've progressed through these games by sending in various pieces so that you cannot stay on a white square. Forcing you out in front of me, the one who controls the black squares next to you. However, there are now holes opened all over your ramparts, and I was last able to send in not a bishop, but a full queen. Do you know what kind of piece a queen is?
A rook plus a bishop. Is that what you're trying to say? Now, you not only control the black squares that are all the witch illusions, but also have become able to encroach upon the white squares of the human world at will?
That is correct!
Where there exist the gold butterflies that are my minions, you have been labeling those squares as witch illusions, denying them under the hypothesis that they are observeless non-reality. Am I right? I'm well aware. For that very reason, I have at last descended thus upon the squares of white. Worry not, I'll call plenty of gold butterflies, goats, demons, and witches later on. If you wish, I'll invite you to my golden land. There I will grant you any wish that you desire.
It's starting to look like someone knocked an ink bottle all over the chessboard of this island.
I see. That too is a pleasant description. Soon you'll be covered in that ink as well. Before long you'll become dyed pitch black, and surely become a black king. At this point, you're a pitiful existence drowning in a sea of ink, are you not?
No, I'm not. I'll admit that this island has been stained completely black from your ink bottle. But there's still a white square left.
Oh? And where?
Right under my feet. Your magic ink may try to cover the entire island, but it can't cover the ground my feet are standing on. Even if this island seems to be stained pitch black at a glance, I am me. I'm here, with my feet firmly planted on a white square.
It's strange. Until a second ago, I was trembling all over. But now that she's appeared openly right before my eyes like this, my terror has actually lessened. It's funny. Ghosts are the most terrifying when you can only sense them. When you can see them, and they have a face you can plant your fist into, there's nothing scary about it. However, she's definitely not a funny or friendly person. She can kill me instantly whilst rolling around giggling, just by snapping a finger. Whether we interpret the result of her snapping her fingers as magic flying at me or underlings showing up to shoot me, it doesn't matter. In any case, whether this is a fantasy or mystery, that queen is in a position where she can kill me just by snapping her fingers. I see. So this is the meaning of the queen of this island, who reigns over both the white and black squares.
Now then. It might be interesting to wait until you catch a cold in all that rain, but it's about time to move on to the matter at hand. I'm sure that you can tell there's a box there. Your test is inside of it.
Hold it. After all that's happened, I'm not interested in some stupid game about who will be the next head. My game is to take you and the old man, and all the rest of you guys who killed everyone, and give every one of you a full-on punch to the face!
Oh. So you'll fly through the sky up to my balcony? Very good, very good. Come on up then. Up you come already. Come on, up.
Damn you, acting like you're hot shit just because you're in a completely safe place. I'm coming up there right now, so you better be prepared!
No. It's all locked up. Of course, the shutters are down for the windows as well. My castle isn't so fragile that a single night like you could break in.
I tried the front door anyway, just in case. But yep, it really was locked. When I looked around, I noticed that indeed the shutters were closed on the windows. Normally, they wouldn't be. Looks like you prepare for everything. Where's the key? Goda-san and Kumasawa-san probably have master keys, but they're in the locked room of the gardening storehouse.
Jupiter, if you watched at a slightly higher speed, you could probably catch up, because we've only been going for a little over an hour and a half so far.
I can only give up for now. Damn. Guess she's no fool herself.
Are you really so dying to be right by my side? All right, if you pass your test with flying colors, why don't I grant you an audience? If you pass, then you'll be the successor, and my new master after Kinzo. My body and soul will be yours to do as you will, because I am ultimately the Ushiramiya family's furniture.
Well, it looks like you want to make me take this test no matter what. All right, I'm game. If I pass, my first prize will be a punch to your face.
Scary. But it's not like I mind being controlled by violence, you see. Grab onto my head. Make my face twist in pain. Violate me in the same way a hawk tears apart and scratches at its prey with its talons. Remind me of Kinzo in his younger days once more. That single time in my 1,000-year life. Remind me of the day I was taught the joy of being controlled, of being submitted and reduced to furniture.
Damn drunk. You aren't getting anywhere. Ignoring the stupidly smiling witch, I picked up the box.
Yes. Open it. Inside it is a letter. Read it.
I opened it. There was a faint smell of cigarettes. Apparently, it really had originally been a cigar case, but there was no cigarettes or cigars inside. Instead, there was a Western envelope with a one-winged eagle crest, and when I opened that too, there was a letter inside. I looked up at the witch. She was grinning down at me. It seemed she was waiting in anticipation to see what kind of reaction I'd have to the contents. Damn it, I'll show her. Its contents were like this. Among the 3 mentioned below, in order to gain 2, sacrifice 1. 1, your life. 2, blank's life. 3, everyone else's lives. If you do not choose 1, all of the above will be lost. What the heck is this? Some pretty creepy stuff's written here. And most importantly, the second one's blank, so I don't even know whose life.
That second one is where you put the name of the one person, that person loves the most. For Jessica's test, it was Canon's name, and for George's test, it was Shannon's name. Since they had obvious feelings for certain people, I was able to write those names in beforehand. But I don't know who you have feelings for, so I didn't know whose name to write, and I left it blank.
That's perfect. I love you, Beatrice. I'll stick your name in there. So my choice is gonna be number 2. Is that alright?
Hey, quit joking, quit joking. Come on, please, Battler. Tell me the name of the person you have feelings for. If you don't, this won't be a test, right?
Too bad. I don't have any woman in particular. Even if I did, why the hell would I tell you? In that case, this test will not work for you. What a shame, what a shame. And I was really wondering what kind of woman was your cup of tea. But if I said I... God, shut up, Battler. What?
Oh, food.
Thank you. I will have to wait a moment to start eating this, but... yes, please. I have a box of Cokes in my room. Okay, thank you. But if I said I liked young, flat-chested girls with long black hair? You don't match in a single area, do you?
Lies, you breast sommelier.
I always trip up on this word. Is it sommelier? Sommelier? I don't know.
You prefer a blonde bombshell with a dynamite body, don't you? I'm precisely the embodiment of your ideal.
If guessing your 3 sizes is the test of becoming the successor, I'll take it gladly.
Ah, yes. This was a test to choose the successor. Chatting with you is so much fun that I've been getting a little bit off topic. Then let us begin the headship test. I will question you to see whether you are qualified to be the next Ushirimiya family head. Answer with care.
The witch, who had been joking around like she was drunk until a second ago, suddenly regained her gravitas. She looked as though she had truly stepped out of that imposing portrait.
I am the Ushirimiya family alchemist, the Golden Witch and the Endless Witch Beatrice. Do you have the qualifications to inherit the Ushirimiya family headship and all of my gold? That is what I will test. State your name.
Ushirimiya, Battler. Under that majestic gaze, unimaginable from her manner a short while ago, I answered without any hesitation. She truly was, yes indeed. In the truest sense, she was that worthy of calling herself the Queen of this island.
Very good, Ushirimiya Battler. However, you have thrown away that Ushirimiya name for the past 6 years, have you not? Why is that?
Because I'd had enough of my dad, the old bastard.
I know. It was because you felt your father's remarriage disgraced the death of your mother, whom you loved and respected, yes? I see. You have no blood relation to your new mother whatsoever. It is not as though I cannot understand why you would feel unable to accept that mother. However, no matter who your father remarries with, that does not change the fact that his blood runs in your veins, correct?
What's your point?
I can, to an extent, understand the childishness which led you to oppose your father's remarriage out of a desire to have him all to yourself. However, Was throwing away the Ushirimiya name as a means of resistance not a disgrace to your family and blood? You were born and raised Ushirimiya, were you not? Do you think you were qualified to forget that debt and throw away the Ushirimiya name?
It has nothing to do with you. This is between me and Dad.
The Ushirimiya name does not belong to you and your father alone. You were a child who simply rebelled, unable to forgive the fact that your father was to be stolen away by an unknown woman. Those 6 years, during which you forsook the Ushirimiya register, were a significantly long period where you dragged the Ushirimiya name through the mud. Know the depths of your sinfulness.
Well, sorry I'm so childish.
However, even though it was prompted by the deaths of your grandparents, I do commend you for returning to the Ushirimiya register. Accordingly, I shall give you a chance to purify yourself of that sin. Now is the time to atone for your sin of 6 years ago. Come, try to remember. Remember your own sin. Remember it, confess, and repent. That shall be my test for you. At that moment, a massive thunderclap rang out, making my mind go blank.
Repent? What? Are you trying to tell me to apologize?
The test has already begun. You may think as you wish.
There were no signs from the witch's expression that she was sneering at a person unable to answer the tough question thrust upon them.
She was earnestly asking something of him, and he could even feel a quiet determination. Even as the rain beat down upon him, Battler could not shift his eyes from her gaze. The witch threw her umbrella away. She abandoned herself to the falling rain, so that the rain would fall on her until Battler answered that question. She had chosen to join him, allowing the rain to beat down on her as well until he reached an answer. For some reason, Battler could tell that, but even so, he didn't understand.
Well, I mean, you're right. I do think I was being childish. All things considered, just 'cause Dad got remarried, that doesn't wipe out what I owe him for raising me. I hear Dad always kept on sending money over for my living expenses, and he even said he wanted to be involved in my school events. The only reason he couldn't come is I told Grandma and Grandpa not to let him come, no matter what. And yeah, if you want to be just blunt and say I was being childish and rebellious, I can't argue with that. But you know, in that case, Mom, Ushirimiya Asumu, who's gonna set things right for her? Mom was so devoted to our family, and did the very best she could. But Dad was cheating with Kirie-san. He even got her pregnant with Anjay. And then, the moment she was born, he rushed them both into his register. What is that if not a betrayal of Mom? Who's gonna set things right? For her! But what you're saying is also right. Even though the cheating was a fact, I still owe him for raising me. So I thought I'd cancel those two things out and leave the family. What's the problem with that? That's right. I had the right. No, the duty to wallop Dad in Mom's place, didn't I? I let him get away without that. I left without saying anything, as though I hadn't been there in the first place. And Dad forgot about me and started a new family with Kirie-san and Anjay. That settles everything, doesn't it?
But 6 years passed after that. Time healed the anger. Kirie-san understood my anger as well, and she tried hard to interact with me despite that and soften my heart. Anjay didn't know anything about the situation, and she adored me, believing that I was her real big brother who just lived in a separate house. As for Dad, he was acting like nothing had happened and told me I could come home anytime I wanted. I started to feel more and more stupid keeping it going. I thought it was about time for me to cool my head as well. So I said to Dad that if he apologized, I'd call it all water under the bridge. On the day of Grandpa's funeral. And that guy, he actually put both his hands on the floor and apologized. I couldn't believe how pathetic he looked. My dad, who was all about looking cool, actually bowed his goddamn head to me. When I saw that, I felt like it'd be stupid to keep it up any longer. I'm sure Mom would have thought the same thing. Every time Dad and I fought, Mom would always laugh and mediate for us. "Oh, that silly thing is what you were fighting over," she'd say. I could feel Mom saying that and laughing. That's why. Well, I couldn't bring myself to say I forgive you. I thought it might be alright to start over from zero. So I decided to wind everything back to how it was 6 years ago. And I returned to the Ushirimiya family register.
I cried, raged, and stressed over it for a whole 6 years. It might have been the same for Dad, and maybe even for my dead mom. Maybe Kiryu-san and Anja, too. So we went back to zero, and I returned to being Ushiramiya battler. That's my immediate family's problem, and has nothing the hell to do with the Ushiramiya family. You aren't qualified to judge that to be a sin, and I have no duty to show repentance to you. If there was anyone I should have done that for, you've already killed them. So I won't apologize for anything. I won't repent. That is my answer for this test.
Is that all?
What?
I had pretty much fully responded to her provocation, and I was sure that I'd vented out all the stuff that I'd been keeping inside my chest, stuff I hadn't wanted to show to anyone. That was what the witch had supposedly been hoping for too, and yet the witch's blank expression didn't change in the slightest. I'd been sure she would start cackling and guffawing, sneering at my childish, foolish, and shameful past, but to the contrary, I could feel a sense of shock about her. Something you could almost call disappointment. What do you mean, is that all? I've confessed everything inside me. What aren't you happy about?
The atonement for your sins is still insufficient.
Atonement? What the hell? Are you asking me to prostrate myself right here and apologize like Dad did?
No. I have no interest in the home affairs of your immediate family. Where are we? Rokenjima, the main residence of the Ushiramiya head family. Isn't there a sin you should remember, fitting for this place?
Are you saying that I have another sin?
And with that, I'm going to take a quick BRB to eat my dinner. So, good luck sitting with this for the next few minutes, chat. We'll be right back. Okay, hi chat. I'm going to resume now because I haven't finished this food, but this Chinese place just gives so much fucking food. Like I'm well fed. I can just eat the rest of those later. I'm already kind of feeling it. So let's get back to this, shall we?
Are you saying that I have another sin?
Remember, Ushiramiya Battler. And it is your inability to remember which is your sin. For that reason, I shall forgive you. If you can remember, I shall forgive you. Remembering that is my test of atonement for you.
That's a lot easier said than done.
Remember, that is why it is a sin.
Sorry, Beato. I have absolutely no memory of it. You make it seem like I caused you trouble 6 years ago or something. But unless I'm mistaken, this family conference is the first time we met. It's true that your legend did exist 6 years ago, but I'm pretty confident that we didn't know each other back then.
Naturally. On the Rukenjima of 6 years ago, I was not yet manifested.
Then what kind of sin are you saying that I have? Are you saying I've sinned against you somehow?
Do not make me repeat myself. I was not manifested 6 years ago. For us to have been acquainted would have been an impossibility. In the world you represent, it was as though I did not even exist.
Beato's cold eyes felt as though they were accusing me of some kind of sin. It felt on the face of it as though she was still holding a grudge for me for some way I treated her and was criticizing it for me for it. However, I obviously couldn't remember doing anything like that to her, and Beato had said so herself. There was no link between us 6 years ago. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for me.
And that's in red, buddy.
At least give me a hint. Does this sin or whatever have something to do with you and me?
I had no connection to you 6 years ago. Remove me from your thoughts already. Why do you think it is a sin against me?
Your eyes.
Eyes?
Huh. Your eyes. They're whispering at me to apologize. But I had no connection with you 6 years ago, and even you admitted that. Is it true? Is it really not a problem between me and you?
I already said it wasn't. No problem between me and you has anything to do with this.
But still, your eyes are telling me differently. So I don't even have a clue. Can you say it in red? Can you declare that the sin you're telling me to remember isn't something between you and me?
Very well. The sin that I am now demanding that you remember is not between Ushiramiya Battler and Beatrice.
Then why are you looking at me with those eyes?
I do not know. I am simply gazing at you blankly. If it feels that way to you, perhaps that is because there is something that makes you feel that way.
What the hell kind of sin have I got?
Ushiramiya Battler has a sin.
I said what kind, damn it! It's probably just some stupid sin, like hitting someone or tricking someone.
Because of your sin, people die.
Liar! I've never killed anyone! Say it then! Who did I kill? When? Who? How?
Due to your sin, a great many humans on this island die. None will escape. All will die.
What? What the hell are you going on about? Are you saying I killed everyone? I'm a killer?
You do not carry it out directly. However, because you committed a sin, the cogs of fate were sent astray, spun a full 6 years, and due to the deviation that resulted, tonight, this many lives are lost. You are one of the causes of this tragedy.
Oh, come the fuck on! I'm the cause? Then what? Are you saying 13 people died because I abandoned the Ushiramiya Register 6 years ago? Are you saying that 13 people died because I came back to the Ushiramiya family after 6 years? Give me a fucking break!
For those 6 years, I've been the man furthest from the Ushirimiya family. What influence could I have had on anything? And how? It's not like I came to the family conference because I wanted to. I patched things up with the family after 6 years, so to draw a line under that whole period, I came to Rokenjima reluctantly. It's not like I had some duty to come here today. I came back and because of that a tragedy occurred? Then what? You're saying that if I hadn't come back, no one would have had to die? Say it in red. Can you say in red that if I hadn't come back, this screwed up murder case wouldn't have occurred? There's no way you can, because you're the culprit behind everything. Repetition requested. If Ushirimiya Battler hadn't returned to Rokenjima, the crime wouldn't have occurred. Go on. Say it if you think you can. Can't do it, can you? There's no way in hell you can. The culprit is you, not me. Don't you dare try to push the blame for this onto me! Answer. In red. I said repeat it! You can't! My existence has nothing to do with the crime! Stop messing with my head!
I began to remember that the raindrops pounding down were cold. The rain earlier had just hurt, but now I felt the tormenting cold from those raindrops. Is there nothing that you remember? Sorry, but I don't have a goddamn clue. Look, I'm starting to get a little pissed off. If there's something you want to say, then say it. If you have a grudge against me, you just have to come out and say it. Don't be nasty about it and demand for me to remember. I'll ask one more time. Can you not remember any sin? No! I can't remember a goddamn thing! So, he says that... what did it say? He says that he can remember nothing. With this, are your regrets at an end? Even a hopelessly long shot will be a source of regret if not attempted. That will do. The attempt itself has meaning. That may be true. In that case, this is the end of my regrets. And my game. What will you do? Who knows? I'm not interested at all anymore. Sorry, but I wish to leave the game board now. To be clear, since I'm trying to convey it with my voice, but if you don't get it, both voices in this scene are Beatrice's. I see. I understand. I will take over for the rest of the game. You may rest. All that remains I will finish. You may forget everything, and bury your head in your pillow. A feather futon should gently protect you from everything. Finish up the rest for me. Please. Leave it to me. Leave everything else to me, and sleep. The witch who had questioned Battler hid herself, and the other witch, who had appeared from behind, remained. She was certainly identical, the same witch, but her expression was somehow indifferent and ice-cold. A far cry from the one before, who though apparently drunk had at least been in high spirits. Iconic laser with the $2. It was a long shot. Sorry, Beatrice. Sleep well. Yeah. Fuck. Okay, this is actually... Oh, Jesus, okay.
Hey, are you listening? That's enough for that test thing, right? I don't give a crap whether I passed or failed. The only thing that's gonna help the way I'm feeling is bashing you in the face. Get the hell down here! Or else open up this door.
The witch said nothing back. Her eyes were as ice-cold as Battler's shoulders. She was clearly a different person from the one who had first appeared on that balcony. The witch looked hard into my eyes, and gave 2 small shakes of the head. Even without words, I was able to gather that she was expressing some kind of disappointment. Without even saying anything, the witch turned on her heels. After that, only Battler remained, the cold rain still beating down on him. The study was in the middle of a lively party. It seemed that Gap was making fun of Virgilia, teasing her over some stupid triviality. They were spitting Leah, 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 Gap, Gap, Gap at each other. Kinzo and Ronove had opened a new bottle and were enjoying the show.
Oh, you're back! How were the results of Battler's test? Maria's test got passing marks with no complaints, I'll have you know. I've long held her in contempt as a worthless little urchin, but lo and behold, surprise, surprise! My oh my oh my oh my, not bad, not bad, not bad indeed.
It seemed like Kinzo was dead drunk. He laughed towards Beata with the same level of excitation as the time they'd left for the tests. However, Ronove and Virgilia instantly noticed the change in her enthusiasm. Gap also froze her expression and went silent.
What is it, Beatrice, my beloved witch? Not enough to drink? Not enough on the side? Let's go out in the pouring rain and roast a cow whole. Oh, not a bad idea. Ronove, make the preparations right away. Beatrice, let's leave the results of Battler's test for later. Why don't we have a toast with spare ribs first?
Roast yourself whole.
What?
As Kinzo doubled over laughing in a great mood, the witch who had spoken bluntly passed him coldly by. Then, behind the witch's back, the old summoner's body suddenly went up in flames.
Why?
While spitting crimson flames from his eyes, mouth, nose, every hole on his body, Kinzo rolled around. Even though it was a terrible hellfire, it didn't burn anything except Kinzo. Kinzo didn't have a clue what was going on. He rolled around, unable to understand why Beatrice, who had been in such a good mood, had suddenly turned so cold. The dancing silhouettes of witches and demons created by that massive rolling torch looked like a group of excited spectators around a burning at the stake. However, the eyes of the demons watching over it were indifferent. When Kinzo finally stopped moving, the fire disappeared, leaving a pitch-black corpse. The inside of the room was commanded by the stillness of the sound of the rain.
What has happened, milady?
It has lost its thrill. Clean up those bothersome cinders.
Beatrice's expression was unbelievably apathetic. There was an iciness there that told the others that they risked the same fate as Kinzo if they annoyed her.
Yes, I will do it.
Gap made a jet-black pitfall swallow up Kinzo's cinders. If she hadn't carried that out quickly, Gap might also have been burned. You could feel the thirst for blood. No, a thirst for blood probably isn't the best way to describe it. Just like humans don't have any particular emotion when they step on an ant while walking. That was how much, unconsciously and mercilessly, Beata was now filled with a brutal emptiness that wouldn't hesitate to bury a passerby.
What is it, Beato? I don't want to answer. No, I can't even be bothered to answer anymore. What is it? This isn't like you. Did something happen? Did Battler say something?
Beatrice hadn't even responded. It seemed that even she had ignored it. But there was a change in Gap. From her feet, a crackling, cracking sound rose like thin ice breaking, and in an instant turned Gap into a glass sculpture.
Gap? Disappear for a while. I'm in a very bad mood.
Beatrice spoke in a truly cold voice, which froze the heart just to hear it.
Certainly. In that case, please allow us to retire. If you need anything, call us at any time.
After a single bow, Ronove turned into a cloud of gold butterflies and hid himself. Virgilia turned Gap from a sculpture into a group of gold butterflies, and then turned into a cloud of them herself, which mixed in with the others and disappeared. In the study made untidy by drinking, Beatrice stood still, alone. Since the time she had returned, her expression hadn't changed in the slightest. However, when she saw the fallen empty wine bottles and scattered cheese plates, her brow furrowed, and she looked a bit displeased. And when she whispered, "Disappear," in that instant, the room flashed and was tidy again, as though nothing had ever happened. The reception chairs were neatly arranged. There was no wine or cheese. There were no stains where things had been spilled, nor was there any scattered trash. To the contrary, even the air had frozen over, and enough to make one doubt whether so many noisy people really had been in this room until just moments ago. The study had returned to total silence. In that silent, frigid study where even the air had frozen, Beatrice stood still. Then she called him in a mutter. "Battler, are you there?"
I've been here for a while. What the hell is going on with you? You've been acting strange.
Do I seem strange? My apologies.
Even though you were having such a good time drinking with that damn old fart, you suddenly burned him up. And your demoness friend is a glass sculpture. Even your demon butler and your master gotta disappear and get the hell out. Just how fickle and selfish are you?
Battler, I'm done.
With what?
I've had enough now.
What? Well, you were the one who cooked up this game. If you had enough, that's great for me. So, basically, you're resigning?
I am not resigning. I'm just ending it. No, I won't even end it. The game will simply be abandoned for all eternity.
Pretty sure they call that resigning. Man, words got tired of it and threw it away. Fit you perfectly.
Precisely. I'm tired of it and I'm throwing it away. I don't care about the rest. It can remain abandoned and gather dust as much as it likes.
What's up with you? You've been kinda hard to deal with since a short while ago. Are you still sour over that baffling test? If you've got something against me, all you have to do is say it clearly. You said and read that it has nothing to do with you, but that's gotta be a play on words, right? It's written all over your face. You have a grudge against me.
How many times will I have to say, I have no grudge against you before you'll understand? At the time you left your sin behind, I did not exist.
As Beato spoke with an irritated expression, her face twisted to look even more displeased. Fickle, inconsistent, moody, temperamental, selfish and simple-minded and cruel. But even so, she had never shown an expression as strange as this even once before now.
Well, you were the one who instigated this game. I'm a bit let down that it won't get resolved, but feel free to invite me again sometime if you feel like it. But when that time comes, allow me to politely decline. All right?
He intentionally spoke in a teasing kind of tone, but Beato showed no reaction. Battler hung his head and clicked his tongue.
I've circled around October 4th and 5th over and over again, but it looks like I'm finally gonna be free of all that now. This way, the boat will come tomorrow. That's right. Then the seagulls will return to the harbor. I'll finally be able to hear Rokenjima's signature nya-nya cries. After all, when I came to the island, they weren't there at all. Maybe because of the weather. When the seagulls cry, everything will end, basically. Done and done. All over. The end. Man, what a relief.
Exactly what is it that you're misunderstanding?
Huh? What do you mean, what?
I said that nothing would end. With this, everything will be abandoned. The game will be forgotten and the pieces on the board will be left where they lie. There will be no advancing, no retreating, no taking or being taken. No victory, no defeat, not even a tie. Just abandoned.
Doesn't that mean it's over?
Wrong. On my turn, the game will stop for all eternity. Your turn will not come. So there will be no victory, nor defeat, nor a tie. In the past, I could not allow you to do that to me. That was because I had the goal of victory against you. However, I have lost interest in that. So there is no longer any point in me making any further moves.
What do you mean by, my turn won't come? I'd thought that Beato getting tired of the game meant I'd be released and that I'd be able to escape Rokenjima. But for some reason, the meaning of Beato's repeated words about the difference between abandoning the game and settling it was starting to bother me. Just what has she been saying? And why the bad mood? Suddenly, I heard a voice from behind me. When I turned around, there was someone I thought I might or might not remember from somewhere. A mysterious girl with no light in her eyes was standing there. What she means is something like this. Putting the lid on this game, leaving the pieces as they are. Without ending, the game will be locked away for all eternity.
The only way for you to return to your original world is to win against Beato. So Beato abandoning the game would mean... Get it?
Suddenly, in another place, there was a girl wearing a bright pink dress. I had a feeling I'd met her somewhere too, but I couldn't remember. More important was the meaning of the words she said. The game being abandoned means... Huh? That's all there is to it. No match can reach its conclusion without two opposing sides. It means that you'll never be able to win and escape this world for all eternity.
In the end, it's kind of like taking the key to the cage that you're locked in, fastening it to the collar of the pigeon or something and letting it fly, I guess. This isn't funny, Beato. We didn't come all the way here to watch a boring game like this. Just wrapping it up here, you have got to be kidding me.
I'm with Lambda. I came here to make Battler win and make you thrash about an absolute defeat. I still haven't achieved that goal. I couldn't bear for the game to be abandoned here, for you to just run away on me. I acknowledge that the way the curtain has fallen on this game has made for a disappointing end for you ladies. However, I, the host of this tea party, am after all fickle. Once the fun is gone, I know no way of entertaining. I believe that to be what makes me the witch I am in the first place. There should be no problems with this. True. I won't go against your creed.
I won't stand for this. Don't you dare. How much do you think I've supported you? All that preparation and you just want me to pack it all in now? I don't think so.
I am saying that I have tired of it. Nothing more, nothing less.
That's not happening. You're going to continue this game. You want to win against Battler, right? You want to win and make him submit, right? You're almost there, isn't she?
Don't turn to me for agreement. That said, I do have an opinion too, if you'll let me say it.
What?
You brought this fight to my door. I'm prepared to settle this fight one way or the other. I've come close to surrendering many times, but I've never had any intention of escaping partway through, leaving the match undecided. As long as I am here, showing the will to fight, don't you go running away, Beatrice.
I agree. Getting Battler involved and then leaving without giving him victory or defeat is just beyond irresponsible. Suddenly, even Gretel was there, and everyone was criticizing Beato for being irresponsible.
Oh. It seems that the greatest reason I am being called irresponsible is that Battler will be stuck as my opponent. In that case, Battler, will you step down from being an opponent as I shall? That way, there will be nothing to criticize me for.
If I step down, will I be able to leave Rokenjima?
Of course not. Just be covered in dust and let it pile up on your shoulders. Stop being so stupid. Just how irresponsible are you? You've killed all this many people. On top of that, using your witch's power, you've done it over and over. In gruesome ways. There's no way I can allow you to escape without taking responsibility. Responsibility? Oh, what is it that I should do to take this so-called responsibility? Fight until a resolution is reached. Battler will sit in the chair across from you, never giving up and fighting until he beats you. So you too fight until you're defeated. If you don't want that to happen, then try and defeat him. I won't let you leave everything unresolved and abandon Battler in this chair. Lock him up forevermore and never let him return. I won't let you.
Gretel, to be perfectly honest, I didn't really understand from what standpoint Gretel was trying to save me. But in her words, I could feel a strong determination to save me from this crazy game world no matter what. So I also responded to that. Beato, face this way. I'm here, across from you, in the rival seat. Get it? As long as I continue to sit here, I won't permit you to escape. So don't run away. Fight. You started this fight, damn it! All the crap you've pulled, again and again and again, the total shit show you've turned this whole thing into. And now, after all this time, you think I can let you end it because you're tired of it? I am your opponent. As long as I'm here, there's no way I'm letting you escape. Are you listening, you goddamn witch of irresponsibility? Why don't you just say something? After I yelled at her, Beato went silent for a while. Whether my words had reached her, or whether she was thinking about something completely different, I couldn't tell. But for a while she was silent, gazing at me with an expression I could read no emotion from. And when she realized that I noticed, she averted her gaze. Then she turned her back to me and said this.
So you ladies say that, since Battler will not quit as my opponent, you cannot accept my abandonment of this game.
In that case, I shall ask whether the man over there was qualified to be my opponent in the first place.
Qualified? Probably has something to do with that test or whatever just now.
What are you planning to do?
You aren't gonna...
I will now question you to determine whether you are qualified to be my opponent. Listen now, Battler. If those qualifications are acknowledged, I will stay in my seat and continue the game. And I shall promise to fight for all eternity until the outcome is decided.
I was ready for that from the beginning.
However, if you are not qualified, you will disappear. If the opponent disappears, there is no game. I can leave this place openly. Are you ladies satisfied? I will not permit interruptions. Go ahead. Do as you like.
Battler, you make sure you answer well.
The very reason I'm here is because I'm qualified, right? There's nothing to be scared of.
You couldn't be. Gretel grew suddenly pale. I'd thought her to be the calm, collected type, so her expression surprised me. Well then, Battler, I shall have you repeat in red.
You're giving me a repetition request? Damn you, stealing my signature move. But can I do the red truth too? How?
Just will it to be so and you can do it. It's easy.
My name is Ushiramiya Battler. Whoa, pretty cool!
Stop it! I know what you're after, but don't do it! He's...
When Gretel yelled, Beato glared at her. Then her form was wiped away in an instant.
Shut up. You leave your seat for a while. You too, ladies. If you are going to interfere, I will not hold back.
We won't get in the way. Go ahead. Do as you like.
Burn, this is bad! She's trying to erase him! She's trying to erase Battler!
What? What is it she's scheming here?
Well then, I shall question your qualifications. Interesting. Attack and defense are reversed from a normal game. This is a very precious experience coming at the very, very end. Ready? First listen carefully. I will speak with the red first. I am the Golden Witch Beatrice, and I opened this game in order to fight Ushiramiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiramiya Battler.
I know that. So what?
Repetition requested. Ushiramiya Battler's mother is Ushiramiya Asumu.
What? Why is Mom's name popping up all of a sudden?
I do not require chatter. Just repeat it in red.
Beato urged me with the same indifferent tone, but I don't have a clue what she's trying to do. I've done absolutely nothing wrong that I'd hate to be confronted with, and there's nothing that I'm hiding. There's nothing she could demand for me to repeat that would cause me any trouble. So why something like this? Sure, I'll repeat it. Ushiramiya Battler's mother is Ushiramiya Asumu. The red sure is convenient. No need to bother myself with bringing a copy of the family register.
I do not require chatter. I will continue. Your name is Ushiramiya Battler.
Sure. My name is Ushiramiya Battler.
It was from Ushiramiya Asumu that Ushiramiya Battler was born.
It was from Ushiramiya Asumu that Ushiramiya Battler was born.
It was from Ushiramiya Asumu that you were born.
It was from Ushiramiya... Huh? What? Huh? All of a sudden, my throat closed. I was suddenly assaulted by a shortness of breath that felt as if I'd been choked. What's going on? One more time. It was from Ushiramiya Asumu that I was born. Damn it. It was from Ushiramiya Asumu that I was born. What the hell? Even though I was doing it so easily a second ago, I suddenly stopped being able to get the red to work.
Do you decline to repeat it?
I'm not declining! It's not working for some reason! It was from Ushiramiya Asumu that I was born! Why? Oh, damn it, why can't I use the red? What the hell? My mom is Ushiramiya Asumu. Why can't I say that fact in red? What's going on? This is...
If you try to forcefully speak red that cannot be spoken, you will choke. There is no need to strain yourself.
Allow me to use the aforementioned fact to press you in blue. Do you remember? The blue is used to proclaim a theory for the opponent to deny. Then they are burdened with the responsibility of denying that in red, and if they do not, then it is victory. Then let me begin. Due to the previous repetition request and the refusal to repeat, I proclaim that you are not qualified to be my opponent. After all, Beatrice opened this game in order to fight with Ushiromiya Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya Battler. This gave you the responsibility, as my opponent, to declare in red that you are Kinzo's grandchild, Ushiromiya Battler. You declined to repeat that. This means the loss of your qualifications.
Deny something about that in red. Quickly!
Sure. I am Ushiromiya Battler. And given that I'm able to repeat that in red, that should mean that I'm your opponent.
It may be a fact that you have the name Ushiromiya Battler. However, people's names are not exclusive. It is possible for multiple humans to have the name Ushiromiya Battler. What it comes down to is this. You are a different person with the same first and last names as Ushiromiya Asumu's son, Ushiromiya Battler.
What? Don't be so stupid! I'm Mom's kid! Ushiromiya Asumu's kid! It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that... Shit! Why? Why can't I say that I was born from my mom? How could something so stupid be true?
No need to suffer. I will not toy with you. This is checkmate. You are not Ushiromiya Asumu's son.
You're kidding me.
Who are you? What person calling themselves Ushiromiya Battler?
Wait a second. I'm Ushiromiya Battler. It was from Ushiromiya Asumu that I was born, and I'm Mom and Dad's son!
No. There is no way that you are the Ushiromiya Battler with qualifications as my opponent. And as proof, you do not know of that sin of 6 years ago.
That's...
No, if you were the true Ushiromiya Battler, you would not commit a sin. But consequently, a sin did occur. A span of 6 years became a blank space, and a man who knew nothing of that time appeared on Rokenjima calling himself Ushiromiya Battler. The truth of it all goes like this. 6 years ago, the true Ushiromiya Battler, qualified to be my opponent, was already dead. You were involved in a plot by Rudolph having something to do with distribution of the inheritance. A body double set up in Ushiromiya Battler's place.
I've never heard of anything so stupid! That's just absurd!
But, Battler, get a hold of yourself!
Well, if you can't counter back, there's nothing more to do. Battler did not possess the qualifications. That's how it is.
Are you okay with that, Burn? If you accept that, you'll lose too, you know?
And you'll win. Why are you taking Battler's side? How disappointing, Battler. It really is disappointing that you didn't have the qualifications to be Beatrice's opponent. I was careless myself. I can't believe I bet on an unqualified piece. You've defeated me utterly, Beatrice. There is no victory or defeat. The opponent will simply disappear. Perhaps I should say he was never there in the first place.
But then... who am I? Am I not Mom and Dad's kid? Who am I? What am I? If I'm not Mom's kid, then... what are you saying? I'm some total stranger's kid with no relation to them at all?
If that's the case, it would mean that you do not share Kinzo's blood. Either way, you're not qualified to compete in this game.
Absurd. Absurd.
Enough. I was slightly aware that you might not be Ushiromiya Battler in the first place. So I had to question you. I had to ask about something the real Battler would have known. What a shame. I even bet on the 1 in quadrillion chance of a miracle, that you might really be Ushiromiya Battler. However, it looks like you're a different person with the same first and last names after all. Bit by bit, Battler's form began to be clouded in darkness. No, maybe it was the other way around. The whole world was becoming clouded in darkness, leaving only Battler behind.
Battler was down on all fours, hanging his head and repeatedly questioning himself. However, he would never be given an answer. In that world stained with darkness, Beato spoke something, and Lambda Delta ran up to Battler yelling something very quickly, but it already seemed very far away, and it didn't reach his ears. Then he, not knowing who he was, erased himself.
Probably not Luke with the $10. Finally got off work so I could join the stream. The Storytime series has helped me get more of my friends into Umineko, and I always look forward to these streams. So thank you, hooray, plus yippee. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. And say hi to your friends for me.
Battler!
Now the opponent has disappeared. Well then, if you would excuse me. And ladies, you should prepare for your journey. No more festivities are prepared for in my territory. It was good seeing you. Goodbye!
Without saying anything more, Beato clouded her own form in darkness as well, and disappeared.
Are you alright with this? Battler disappeared, you know? Someone who hates losing as much as you do is okay with this?
Weren't you betting on my defeat? Then you should be all over the moon. Congrats, Lambda. Well then, let's meet again in some other world, okay? That said, there are endless fragment worlds out there. The probability of us having some connection again somewhere is probably truly less than 1 in quadrillion. Alright, it was fun. Bye-bye.
Wait up, Burn!
Chasing after Burn Castell, who had disappeared first, Lambda Delta disappeared as well. Then, after everyone had disappeared, there was no one left in the study. It returned to silence, almost as though no one had been there from the beginning. No one was here in the first place. The silent study told of that wordlessly, and the sound of the wind and rain began to fill the room bit by bit. In a world where everything had sunk into darkness, Beato questioned herself. The fact is, from the very beginning, magic should only have been used within Mariage Sorcier.
Yes, I thought that too, when Anjay happened.
The Witches' Alliance began with you and me. Just 2 people. Mixing in other people was the first mistake.
It was just so much fun. That's why we wanted to add other people close to us in that circle. And in that way, we wished for the Witches' Alliance to grow forever larger, so everyone could have fun using magic together, and all become happy.
In the end, you and I were the only ones able to understand magic.
We're the only 2 witches in this world, brought together by a miracle. As long as I have you, Beato, I don't need anyone else anymore.
Nor I. As long as you are here, I no longer need anyone else.
In the very first moment the Mariage Sorcier was formed, it was already complete.
That is so. That is truly so.
It was a witches' alliance to make everyone happy together, with magic.
I wonder when it got this screwed up. What was I trying to do when I started this game? I can't really remember even that. No, I may remember. But that's a feeling I now wish to throw away to the far side of oblivion.
It's alright. Let's just forget everything, okay? Our little 2-person Mariage Sorcier. We'll accept each other, and no one will be able to hurt us. So we won't hurt anymore. We won't cry. Let's forget everything. Okay, Beato? We are eternal.
Maria.
The world 12 years later, October 1998.
Amakusa, could you turn that off?
Whoops, my bad. You don't like Mzaki?
I'm just not in the mood.
Amakusa turned the radio off. And with that, I am also going to very quickly put my food in the fridge. It's going to take like 2 seconds, but I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. This was really funny. I just like walked out into the living room to put my food up, and our guest is here. Our guest that helps us do the Higurashi podcast. I was just like, okay, I'm putting my food in the fridge, but I'm not done yet. And he was like, I don't have any context for what you were saying. And I was like, oh, didn't you hear me screaming and crying in there? And he just looks at me so blankly. And then I just leave. Anyway. Oh goodness, the volume sliders are lagging quite a bit. Hold on. That is very strange. I don't know why Streamlabs is doing that. Hopefully it's not a problem. Anyway, our Harbaki Gaming with the $2. Mzaki, like, don't you what? Yeah. That's the word jumble. Everybody's gotta figure it out. Anyway, let's keep going and hope that Streamlabs doesn't act weird. Amakusa turned the radio off. The world of cheery sounds was immediately swallowed up by the roar of the sea, and blotted out by the ocean's gray.
See it? Over there is where the harbor was at the time.
The boat captain pointed, but I couldn't really recall how it looked 12 years ago. I had believed that my memories of back then would come flooding back into my mind, but no memories were coming back to me at all. After the incident, the island was sealed off and left to the wild. Probably that's understandable, I had to tell myself, to stop myself from feeling somehow sad and hurt. But I at least remember one thing. You could say that it would probably be the same way anywhere on the sea, but at least this one thing I do remember. The cries of the seagulls. I do remember those. I almost never went to the ocean when I was young, so to me, everything that symbolized the ocean meant Rokenjima and my family getting together. In short, it was a symbol for the happiness of going out with my family. However, at this point in time, it seems doubtful whether that was happiness at all. In my younger days, the trip had felt like a relaxed family vacation, but considering my parents' situation at the time, it was surely a very difficult trip to handle, with the distribution of the inheritance filling the place with the smell of flaring tempers and fuses about to blow. I can remember giggling all over the place, completely ignorant of my parents' feelings.
Rokenjima, is it? The beginning of everything, and the last stop for all journeys.
Amakusa tried too hard in an attempt to speak for my innermost feelings. The boat slowly rounded the island, and as the angle changed, I hoped that my memories of the island's silhouette at that time might just come back a little. But in the end, even as the inlet was completely hidden by the cliffs, I wasn't able to remember anything. Captain, that thing you mentioned, about the other harbor, please tell me about it.
They say Rokenjima's got only one harbor, but that's only its outward appearance.
An extra hidden harbor on the back of the island. That's Rokenjima all over. It has a second face, which no one knows about.
Rokenjima is an island in the possession of the Ushirimiya family. But it has another face, as an island owned by Kinzo-san personally. One island, 2 harbors, 2 mansions, is it? He sure spent a lot just so he could keep a mistress.
Who knew about this other harbor?
Not many. Kinzo-san, Genji, the butler, those of us involved with the boats, and a very small number of the oldest servants. The last owner of the Nanjo clinic and that Kumasawa Ba-san knew as well. Naming them off like this makes it sound like there were a bunch of them, but I tell you now, it was only a very small number who knew.
Please, tell me about that other mansion.
All I was told was that there's a mansion called Kuwadorian. Wasn't allowed to leave the boat, so I never once saw the place, though. So, it was far away enough that you couldn't see it from the harbor? Beats me. But it was a hidden mansion after all. Probably was built where you can't see it from the outside. Anyway, Kuwadorian was that island's biggest secret.
There's a theory that Beatrice was being made to live in Kuwadorian, or else was being confined there. What do you think, Captain?
I carried over sundries meant for Kuwadorian, too. Oftentimes that included stuff only women would use. Fancy stuff at that. No doubt in my mind that theory's true. So, does that mean that you never saw this Beatrice woman directly, Captain? Never. Came and went for close to 20 years and never saw her once. 20 years? Whew! So, that's at least plus 20 onto her age. Well, that shoots down my hopes for a mademoiselle. But one day, bang, all trips to and from Kuwadorian stopped. That was about 30 years ago. So around 1968, I think.
Bang? You mean suddenly?
We'd come by the back on a specified schedule to carry food and trash one way or the other. When I say the back, I meant the harbor on the Kuwadorian side.
I get it. So then?
So one day, I get a sudden message from Genji-san, and he tells me, until you hear it differently, we don't need you to go to the back anymore. And did you hear it differently? Not in particular. To cut a long story short, one day, suddenly, I was told that they didn't need regular service at the back anymore and not to bother taking food there either. Though thought I'd been given the boot at first. But it wasn't long before I realized. And I kinda got the picture from the reactions of the servants who knew of Kuwadorian as well.
Beatrice had died, and there was no longer any need to take food or people to care for her.
That's what I think. I've never been told to take another boat to the back since. But after that, Genji-san came to see me face to face. Got real pushy, demanding me to take everything about the back with me to the grave.
So, if that hidden mansion was abandoned for 20 whole years, why was Aunt Ava there? On that day, 12 years ago. Ushiramiya Ava somehow escaped harm alone in a hidden mansion 2 kilometers away from the regular mansion. Why was she in a hidden mansion that had been forgotten for 20 years?
I saw that on the talk shows. Even I can't make heads or tails of that. Not once did I show Ava-san at the back. I don't have the first damn clue how she knew about Kuwadorian or how she got there.
I wonder if it was possible to go to the back where Kuwadorian is by land.
If, as we heard, the forest was dense and uncultivated, I seriously doubt a well-dressed lady person be able to push through it.
So what about by sea? Maybe there was a motorboat or something.
Are you kidding? That next 2-nighter typhoon was awful. No way you could have used a boat.
What if there was an underground passage or something between the mansion and Kuwadorian? It would have been a pain to have to charter a boat each time he wanted to visit his mistress's house, right?
A tunnel long enough to connect mansions on opposite sides of a 2-kilometer island like Rokenjima? Well, I'd like to laugh at the thought, but this guy's so rich he made a whole hidden island for his mistress. Guess I can't deny the possibility. What do you think, Captain? I'm a man of the sea. No good asking me about holes. But the Japanese military dug a 25-kilometer tunnel on Iwo Jima. Wouldn't surprise me one bit if the Kinzo-san could dig at least 2.
This really is a strange island. Even now, not one of us knows a thing about it. The boat reached the shore. There would be a short walk to reach the mansion.
I'll wait here. The mansion's that way. The path from back then's probably still there, but I bet it's covered in plants. Make sure you don't get yourself lost. Right. Off we go then?
Thanks, Amakusa. But you wait here too.
I had a feeling you'd say that.
I'm just delivering something. You'll just be in trouble for them if you're with me. I imagine your toxin is strong.
Toxin?
I'll be back soon. Our main goal today is Kuidorian. After I deliver this, I'll come right back. Anjay put on her knapsack and grabbed the flowers she was planning to offer.
Take the hint, youngin. Go on, gal. Your family's waiting for you.
I had never been on a road like this, but I had no trouble finding my way. If I walked straight ahead, it would probably guide me to the final destination for everything. The vegetation certainly was incredible, and you would lose track of the path if you were careless enough to let your attention drift. But the road that was left was much better than I had imagined. Still, that didn't change the fact that it was a bad road. Contrary to the distance shown on the map, I was forced to walk a long way. The forest was deep and dark. At the time, I had been threatened into staying away from the forest because a witch lived there. Of course, that fear is gone now, but I feel it. Other people may not be able to, but I can feel the presence, like an aura, of the Golden Witch Beatrice. Massive, oddly shaped rocks scattered here and there, overgrown trees and ivy, the voices of birds and bugs. Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel that the witch is here. Ahead, an ivy-covered construction site fence and warning sign stood. No entry, Tokyo Metropolis. That was written on it. Oh, right. When you think Tokyo, you tend to think of a city. But address-wise, even Rokenjima is a rightful part of Tokyo Metropolis. Apologizing to the sign for my mistaken impression, I climbed over the fence. When I made it up the steep slope beyond that, my field of vision rapidly expanded, and a fresh sea breeze blew through my hair. It was like the top of a little hill. Below me was a vast view of the island. I could only see desolated forest and rocky crags spread out beneath me. But somehow I realized that the mansion was probably somewhere around there. The steep downward slope beyond this hill had probably been caused by landslides from 12 years of wind and rain. It had become a slant filled with crags that you might even call gentle cliffs. And though it would be easy to tumble down, it looked like climbing back would be pretty difficult. It seemed that proceeding any further would be impossible. If I continued any further, I wouldn't be able to return. In other words, this is the border between 1986 and 1998. That day and today, and this world and the other. This journey's final destination, it seems. As the strong wind blew Mammon and Sakutaro's hair, they looked down from the hilltop. I can't make out a thing from here. Where's the mansion? Let's get closer.
Uryu, we can't. We won't be able to come back.
We won't be able to come back. Huh. He's right. This is 1998, and I am the Ushirimiya Anje who has been left all alone. At first, it was a journey to die, but not anymore. It has become a journey to accomplish something. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, you two. As I was back then, on that day, I would have gone down this cliff without any hesitation. Come on, this is pretty lame for the skyscraper jumping Ushirimiya Anje. Sorry.
This place is just as good, because you can feel the wind of that day.
Was the wind really like this?
Yeah, they'll come at any moment. Everyone.
Sakutaro said it as though it was completely natural. And I believed it. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan, all of my relatives and those fun servants, and Maria One-chan. It's me. It's Hachi. I've come back. When I started my final journey to expose the past of 12 years ago, its goal had been abstract, and I hadn't understood. But now, I have no doubts. This journey was induced by all kinds of thoughts and fates over 12 years. A journey to end things, for me, Ushirimiya Anje. And a journey to end things, as the final witch of Mariage Sorcier. I came here as the final daughter of the Ushirimiya family, and as the final witch. Mom, Dad, Oni-chan. Sorry. let me greet Maria One-chan first. A strong gust of wind from behind urged me on. That gust took just my soul out from inside my body, to the vast forest beneath me, and though I couldn't see it from where I stood, I believed that it would fly me to the mansion on that day, to where everyone was, to where Maria One-chan was. And so, even though my body was on top of the hill, a strong wind blowing against me, my soul was now certainly dancing through that sky. The vast, vast sky of Rokenjima. Below me was the green of many trees, but I can tell, I can comprehend the presences of my family and relatives, and all the servants, and Maria One-chan too. I could even comprehend Maria One-chan as a witch. It was vast, more vast than any space I had imagined up until now. Maria One-chan, can you hear me? Listen! Anja shouted to the Maria of that day that she had been through a long journey, and that she had learned just how much she had wounded Maria on that day when she was young. Having understood magic, I now understand everything about the world Maria wanted to show me. It is so warm and overflowing with kindness and happiness. She had wanted to become even happier by sharing that world. But I had trampled it. So now, I finally understand everything. I understand magic. Our magic is surely a very humble thing that exists all around us. That it isn't something that just anyone can see with their eyes. Magic is... Yes, I can say it clearly. Without love, it cannot be seen. I'm sorry, One-chan. I've already been excommunicated from the Witches' Alliance, but after all this time, I now understand how wonderful it is. And I know that after that day that I wounded you, Maria Sorcia was transfigured into something different from what you truly desired. Back in those days, even magic that allowed you to vent your anger by cursing people was probably important to you. Your environment was unhappy enough for you to be allowed that. But now, those unhappy days are over. So, let's return your Witches' Alliance back to the original, gentle Maria Sorcia. The grimoire was in my hands without me realizing it. The strong winds were rapidly blowing its pages one after another. It had been a kind world at first. What to do to create magic so that candy rains from the sky. What to do to create magic so that tomorrow's dinner becomes cream croquettes. What to do to create magic so that tomorrow's weather is good when you go out, and you have a fun day. New magics of happiness were created one after another, coloring her world with kindness. Those days were flipped through one after another, and the days and the months began to flash by like memories. The pages with drawings that were colorful gradually changed into pages colored only with black ink, eerie magic circles and demonic summonings, evil magic for harming people. What to do to create magic so that the class bully catches a cold. What to do to create magic so that you-know-who in class gets seriously injured and dies. What to do to create magic so that a bus with all the bullies on it falls off a cliff. Malicious magics were created one after another, filling the pages in her heart. It was because I hurt you, One-chan, that Maria Sorcia ended up like this. You weren't a black, evil witch. You were a white, pure, innocent, kind witch. I'll return you to how you were, originally, when you were scattering magic to make people happy across the entire world. I'll turn you back into that Maria One-chan. That is the reason I came here. I was guided by fate. One-chan, can you hear me? Show yourself. Before me! That voice rode an even stronger wind, and was sent 12 years into the past. Then, the wind gradually ceased, and silence fell. Crunch, crunch. I could hear the sound of gravel being stepped on. I heard those footsteps and was surprised at that miracle. Without a doubt, those footsteps were Maria One-chan's. Maria One-chan!
Kasumi, looks like I've finally found you. Eh, Anje-chan?
Before I knew it, Aunt Kasumi in her black suits, a total of 7 people who didn't resemble Maria One-chan in the slightest, were standing there, surrounding me, and it felt like my voice had been just about to reach Maria One-chan too. Because of these guys' toxin, the magic got interrupted. Anje clicked her tongue at that, but Kasumi probably didn't hear it that way.
Oh? Are those flowers for your deceased family? How admirable. You're going to throw them, right? That's all right. We'll wait that long.
Before what? Anje could more or less guess. The way the black suits had their hands unnaturally stuck into their pockets made me realize that they were obviously in possession of handguns. This is a deserted island. There could be no more convenient place to dispose of someone. I have absolutely no interest in the family matters of the Sumidera family, but if I die, all of that wealth will roll right into the Sumidera family coffers. Unlike me, they probably have a great deal of interest in it. Of course, the Yoshiramiya group has a stake in this too. It seems that if the massive amounts of stock I suddenly go to the Sumideras, it'll be pretty bad for the Yoshiramiya group as well. And so, they've apparently gotten themselves embroiled in a secret feud over me. That's probably why President Okanogi gave me Amakusa as a guard. Having Amakusa wet in the boat was a regretful mistake. How long have you been waiting here in ambush?
Since early morning. And I was getting thoroughly tired of waiting for you. There are no cafes or powder rooms here, you see.
No toilets either, so I guess you had to elegantly drop a load behind a tree.
One who, in spite of herself, is a lady with half Sumidera blood flowing through her veins will not use such filthy words. You really are Sumidera Curie's child, aren't you? Not a trace of grace.
She grabbed me by the hair and forced my face up to hers, and then spat in it. My words are filthy, but her spit's not to be outdone.
Every time you talk about me, it'll always be with reference to Mom. Am I really that much like my mother? Yes, you are. That impertinent gaze. Your mouth and nose are the same, too. Unrestrained and irresponsible. She thought nothing of the long history and tradition of the Sumidera family and selfishly flew out of the house. My entire life has been wiping up the messes she left behind.
I guess that makes your life one giant pile of shit. I was slapped on my cheek. My ear took a heavy hit, and for an instant my head rang. She pulled me around by the hair and threw me onto the ground. And without a moment's pause, she kicked the ground, covering me in sand.
Yes, you truly have become so very much like Ne-san. That gaze like you're somehow making fun of me. Yes, it's all coming back. All of it.
You are pitiful. I imagine that since you were young, you were always compared against Mom and looked down upon. And for the entire rest of your life, you'll never be released from that misery.
A little brat like you couldn't possibly understand. Your mother, you see, is a loser who threw away everything and ran away from the Sumidera family. Do you know how much trouble I went through because of that loser?
Any trouble you went through has nothing to do with me. Can't really do anything about what happened before I was born. When is your life going to begin? It's never going to happen. You will continue to be sneered at by my dead mother forever and ever for all eternity until you die. In fact, why don't you die? Why are you alive?
You little insolent pissant! Men, make her some tea!
Leave it to us. You big-mouthed shitty brat. Let us teach you a little lesson.
The black suits dashed up to me, violently grabbed me by the collar and dragged me down.
Do as you like until I finish this smoke. Teach my darling niece a little of her place.
Sumidera Kasumi. She was a pitiable person to think of it. To the outside world, the women of the Sumidera family were trained to be in a position to support and defer to the men in the prominent positions. But in actuality, strong leadership was demanded of them so they could manage all of the people under them. The role demanded of them was that of a female commander. Taking charge of the Sumidera family with all of its proud history required an extraordinary level of commanding presence. It was an unimaginably heavy responsibility. Normally, this would have been demanded of Kyrie. Kyrie had undergone that harsh training, and Kasumi, as the younger sister, should have been able to just take it easy. No, in fact, she had lived like a lazy, selfish, and affluent princess, sneering at Kyrie, who had been given the heavy responsibility. However, Kyrie was suddenly disinherited. She had refused the fiancé her parents had arranged and had gotten pregnant by her lover, Ushiramiya Rudolph. From the Sumidera family's perspective, even though the Ushiramiya family held a vast fortune, it was a family which had already collapsed, a family not in their league. And to become not even a legal wife but a lover to the second son of that family, normally no one would be shown mercy for something so dishonorable, not even a daughter of the main family. They would wrap her up in a mat, stand a pole on the end, and throw her either into the Pacific Ocean if the pole fell to the right, or the Sea of Japan if it fell to the left. But Kirie's punishment was nothing but disinheritance, an unbelievably lenient decision. After that, the Sumidera family began receiving preferential treatment from a section of the Ushiramiya group. There must have been some kind of backroom deal. In other words, Kirie took advantage of the Ushiramiya family's financial support to leave the Sumidera family openly. Kasumi watched it happen in shock. No, she even disparaged her dishonorable sister as a loser. But eventually, she learned that the heavy responsibility Kirie had borne would be passed on to her. And then, for the first time, she realized that she had been outwitted.
Because of your mother, my life was turned into a mess. No, you could even say she killed me once. On that day, I was killed once and cast down into a hellish life. Isn't that just what you get for thinking you can breeze through life?
This girl doesn't know when to shut up.
The black suit punched me in the gut and I doubled over, but I was quickly grabbed by the collar and made to stand up again. As she continued to cold-heartedly look down upon Anje, Kasumi blew out smoke. The hard days after Kirie left were floating through her mind. Until then, she had been allowed to be simply a rich young lady, unrestrained and unaffected. Only Kirie, the older sister, had been strictly trained, and she, the younger sister, had been able to live as nothing more than a princess. Then, suddenly, everything was turned over to such a degree that her life tumbled and crashed.
My lifestyle, way of living,
everything was stolen from me. Do you know how much I was maligned based on my sister's dishonor by those relatives who didn't know the details? I detested her. I detested your mother enough to make me spit blood.
Glad to hear it. I hope it continues for many years to come. A kick landed in Anje's side as she lay prostrate on the ground. Anje didn't stand up again, so she continued to lie there like a caterpillar getting kicked every time she spoke up.
I saw Nesan at an Ushiramiya group party once. She was with her husband, looking very happy and laughing. She pushed everything onto me and found happiness only for herself. So what? How is taking it out on me going to make you happy? Is taking it out on me going to turn back time and change history for you or something? You said something a short while ago. When is my life going to begin? No matter how much I despise you or take it out on you, I cannot turn back time. So I'm doomed to keep on hating Nesan like this for the rest of my life, even though she's dead? Not if I can help it. How long must I be tormented by Nesan's ghost? And so I thought, if I could pull this off, I would be able to forget all of my hatred and start over.
Anje was about to respond to that with another bitter comment, but stopped. Because she would be kicked again if she responded. Even if Kasumi didn't say anymore, it wasn't difficult to imagine what she meant. Kasumi was thinking of bringing an end to her hatred of Kirie by taking revenge against her daughter, Anje. Talk about pushing your problems onto other people.
Come on, stand up. If you like this island that much, I'll bury you here deep. You don't want to die at your age, right? Don't you want to say sorry my mother caused you so much trouble or something? You wish. Anje! Anje-sama, no! You mustn't provoke these guys! You should at least make it seem like you're going along with them so you can buy some time. They do say that you should throw your foolish pride out with the garbage.
What about Amakusa-san? If Amakusa-san comes, I know he'll just...
No, it's no good. I can't see him. You idiot, Anje-sama! Why did you come out without Amakusa? I don't need you to tell me that, Mammon. I'm already right in the middle of regretting it. I walked a long way to get here. The forest was very thick. There's no way that the disturbance here will reach the boat.
As Kasumi took her sweet time smoking that single cigarette down to the filter, I was continuously laid into by the black suits however they deemed fit. The moment I grabbed my head to protect it, the top of my head was kicked by someone at a bad angle and my head filled with stars. This feeling of stars flickering in a world twisted with gray was one I knew well. My life was very similar to the one Sumidera Kasumi led, because I was tormented constantly with all kinds of bullying under the guise of education and training, to make me a worthy successor to the Ushiramiya family. Yes, having the inside of my head filled with stars like this is a feeling I know well. When being reprimanded for some error in manners I seemed to have made, the lecture always turned to whether I was fitting to be the successor to the Ushiramiya family or not. On and on about the honor of the Ushiramiya family and how important it was. By the time her rant reached that point, I would forget what mistake I was being blamed for in the first place. No, actually, it was the same way for Aunt Ava too. After all, sometimes she would ask herself,
What was I saying again?
but in the end, she wouldn't be able to remember and would say something like,
The fact that I'm angry must mean that you did something wrong. So whatever wrong thing you did is the problem, and it isn't important that I can't remember what it was anymore.
there'd be some ridiculous reasoning like that, and then she would continue punishing me. Yes, Aunt Ava's punishments weren't something that would continue until I learned something, or acknowledged my mistake, or apologized. They would continue until Aunt Ava wanted to stop. So even this violence was a bit nostalgic in a way that made me want to vomit. I opened my eyes and... oh look, there's Aunt Ava, right next to Kasumi, who was smoking her cigarette. I could see Aunt Ava, the two of them, looking almost as though they were laughing at me together. When I think about it, even Aunt Ava's life might be worthy of sympathy. The responsibilities and pressures of the members of the Ushiramiya family, which she had so often mentioned to me, were all things that she herself had suffered, because people cannot voice insults that they have never been subjected to themselves. It was probably the same way for Aunt Rosa as well. As the youngest child of the glorious Ushiramiya family, she must have gone through so many tough times. So just as Aunt Ava acted towards me, and just as Sumidera Kasumi is acting right now, Aunt Rosa must also have been the same. People push the suffering they have been made to bear onto other people. Otherwise, they can never escape from it. So on in eternity and perpetuity, the chain of suffering and sadness never ends. That is the reason Maria One-chan's magic was so incredible. With her magic, she did not have to bear the suffering from Aunt Rosa. That pain was probably pushed onto her. Its weight probably tormented her. But One-chan did not carry that burden on her own shoulders. She exorcised it, and filled her world with happiness. So I'm sure that even if Maria One-chan had had children in the future, she would never have pushed the suffering force down through the generations onto them. The chain of suffering and sadness, which had been inherited by and forced upon each generation for who knows how long, was, by Maria One-chan's magic, broken.
What is it? Do you have something to complain to me about?
In the past, I would have snapped back, and cancelled out her hatred with hatred of my own. No, I cancelled out nothing. The weight of that which had been forced onto her bears down hard on my shoulders as well. After all, even now, I hate her. So, now that I knew of magic, I looked at the human called Ushiramiya Ava again. What could I see through to? Was the sad form of a human, no different from me, who had lost her family and who bore deep wounds in her heart. Unable to withstand the pain of that torn heart, she was doing nothing except howling with a sad voice, like a lion crying in pain, like a child. It turns out, Ushiramiya Ava was also a person deserving of compassion. She had needed someone to understand the difficulties and pain of her childhood days, and she, too, as the only survivor of the Rokenjima incident, who was faced with the inquisitive eyes of all of society, who was publicly slandered, who had salt continuously rubbed into her wounds, had needed someone's compassion, in order to let her forget her pain and sorrow for at least a moment. The Black Witch, the very same that possessed Aunt Rosa, taught her magic. It was the same magic of anger and sadness that Beatrice had taught Maria Onechan when she was mourning for Sakutaro after he was torn apart. That same magic, that witch, had surely dwelled inside Aunt Rosa too. So I was wrong to hate Ushirimiya Eva. Perhaps I alone was supposed to have become her ally, the only person in the world who could understand her. What did I say to her when I was young, when she returned alive all alone? Could it be that the way I acted towards her was as if she had come back by herself after killing all my family? I can't believe it. Aunt Eva, who throughout my life had never been more than an object of and synonym for my hatred, is turning into a human who I can understand. And so, I looked right next to Aunt Eva, at the form of the Black Witch who taught her the black magic. Aunt Eva was crying. It was only natural. Not only did she have no one who would understand her pain of having lost her husband and son all at once, but even I, her only relative, insulted her, saying, "Give me back my mom and dad." I can make the excuse that it was the mercilessness of youth, but to her, at the time, that was probably cruel enough to sever her heart's last thread. And in the following days, the talk shows and magazines publicly slandered her. The truth of her late husband's business and character, and even those about her beloved son, were denied. She no longer had anything left. She could do nothing but cry and howl, trying to forget the pain and sadness for just a few moments. Because only while howling could she feel the slightest bit of release. And so, the Black Witch taught her how to howl. The one I hated was the Black Witch. The black magic probably did release her from that suffering for just a short time. However, it would never lift that weight from her shoulders. To the contrary, it would force that weight onto further victims, filling the world with the weight of hatred. If Aunt Eva was to have a true witch nearby, one who knew of white magic, wasn't that supposed to be me? I had learned the magic to create happiness from Maria Onechan. If I could have saved her with that magic, might we not have built up a future with a completely different relationship? All this time, I have hated Aunt Eva, so I never noticed the Black Witch beside her. Without love, it couldn't be seen. I didn't have any love for her. So now, finally, I'll glare at the Black Witch, the one I should truly hate.
Oh? Ooh, okay. Two things. One, I told you guys in the past couple of streams that there's a part where for some reason the project, or the Umineko project translation felt the need to use a slur. That's coming up in this scene. I will definitely not read it out. I will substitute it with a different word. So just so you're prepared for that, though. I don't know why they did that. It was a bad decision. Second of all, remember how I told you that I read this entire novel with my mom? She bawled her fucking eyes out crying at this scene. Like, I'm not gonna get into it, but like, she was really touched in her heart by this one.
Oh, what's this? You can see me?
Yes, I can. The one I should have hated wasn't Aunt Eva. It was you.
Hey, you're pretty good. Do you think that a lowly human could see a witch like me? And so, are you trying to say something with that glare? Do you hate me?
Hate? Yes, I do. But that's not quite it. I just find you a little sad.
Sad? What are you saying? Come on, you can get mad. Why don't you just hate me with all your strength forever?
I won't hate. Hating you means I'm doing nothing more than inheriting Aunt Eva's hatred. I'll break the hatred. I'll accept Aunt Eva's suffering, exorcise it, and throw it away.
of epiphany do you think you've had? Is your head all right? I mean, why don't you just give up and die forever? You guys, kick her more and more, okay? Not her face, though. It wouldn't do any good kicking her pitiful face only to make it better.
The black suits persistently kicked my stomach and back, as though they had been ordered to by the Black Witch.
Dear me, still nothing, is it? Nothing to you, is it? You keep staring right back at me. You hate me? I'll bet you do. I hate you too.
Kasumi sneered at me, but for some reason I had the feeling that she was crying behind that expression. She's had a life just as unfair as mine forced upon her, and the pain of that never, ever heals. The sad lion continues to howl, gasping in pain from the thorn he can't get out.
Hey, Sumidera Kasumi, take a look. That over there is what you used to be. Doesn't that make you feel so much better? You used to be standing there, but now you're on this side, you know that? Isn't it delightful? Now the shoe is on the other foot. Yes, it truly does feel delightful. How can you make that kind of face, Sanjay? Go on and cry. You want to, right? Yes, of course she wants to cry. Go on, make her cry. You were made to cry back then, weren't you? So, make her cry too. And Anja, it's all right, okay? Why not cry forever? Cry, Anja. I want to see your crying face. Cry and try saying I'm sorry, Aunt Kasumi. Yes, make her say those words. Those words hurt, right? Being made to apologize for something that isn't your fault. Hurt a lot, didn't it? Make her go through the same thing. By doing that, you can relieve your pain. Yes, that's the way. Be more honest with yourself. Why not spit out your emotions more and more and more forever?
The Black Witch stirred Kasumi up, and Kasumi began to give herself over to that dark emotion. She was doing nothing more than turning her deep sadness into cheap booze and forcing it down, trying to forget for just a brief moment. The words Kasumi insulted me with were, themselves, sad, and I couldn't forgive the Black Witch for taking advantage of Kasumi's sadness. I had gone limp on the ground, which seemed to have sapped the black suits of their enthusiasm for kicking. Or maybe the kickers had finally gotten tired too. Kasumi hadn't ordered them to stop, but at some point the violence had halted. However, I was reflected in Kasumi's eyes, and they were burning me with flames of hatred. She had been tempted by the witch into doing that in order to relieve her own pain. Sumidera
Kasumi, you aren't done. You've got much more trampling to do. Can you forgive what happened to your entire life with just this little bit of violence? I can't forgive what happened. It'll take a lot more than this for me to forgive that. Right? There's no way you can forgive. Do it more. More of the flames of hatred. Nothing can warm you except the flames of hate. You're freezing in the snowfields of anger and sadness, and the only flame that can warm you up is hatred. Come on, say it! Scream it! Why don't you burn yourself to ashes with the roar of hate forever? Shiramiyanji! Loathing you is what allows me to draw breath. Sumidera Kasumi, that bouquet of flowers. These flowers are for your dead family, right, Anja?
The Black Witch grinned at me unpleasantly and used her chin to signal Kasumi to pick them up. Kasumi picked up the flowers I was going to offer, brought them all the way over to me, dropped them in front of me, and made a show of trampling them. Her expression was filled with hatred, and a frantic quality that simple hatred couldn't explain. It was as if trampling them over and over again was the only way to prevent the sadness inside herself from reaching the bursting point. So the sound of her trampling was downright sad.
Oh, this isn't enough to get to you? Then what about this? Simidera Kasumi, use this one. No, not that.
The object the Black Witch pointed at was Maria Onechan's grimoire. Kasumi also noticed it and picked up that book, which was heavier than it looked.
What's this? Why not read it and laugh forever? You might split your sides laughing.
Kasumi opened the grimoire, skimmed over the contents, and snorted derisively. Give it back. That's Onechan's. Of course, my hand couldn't reach. My stomach was once again kicked by the black suits, and I curled up on the ground.
See? See how important this book is to Anje? Mock the things that are important to her. That works better than punching or kicking for a girl like her. You know that better than anyone, right?
Kasumi's face twisted for an instant, as though remembering something painful, but that quickly disappeared, changing into a scornful smile directed towards me.
Wow, what a freaky book. Did you write this?
Stop it. Give it back.
Look at that face. Mock it more. Mock it more. Teach her the pain of having your dignity trampled. That's the only way to soften your own pain. What's with this embarrassing book? I know some people develop a little interest in make-believe fortune-telling when they're young girls. But isn't this taking it a little too far? Oh God, it says magic. You're one of those, aren't you? You know, that thing in cartoons where they say some blabbity-blibbity-woo spell and transform into a witch? You're one of those people who like doing that, aren't you? This is just painful.
Cackling, Kasumi opened to a random page and showed it to the black suits. The black suits looked too and guffawed. That laughter wouldn't wound me, but I couldn't forgive it. After all, that laughter was ridiculing Maria Onechan. I don't hate Kasumi for exploiting Kasumi's unhealing anger and sadness. I cannot forgive that Black Witch. That Black Witch ate into Aunt Ava, Simidera Kasumi, and Aunt Rosa, tormenting them for an eternity without letting their wounds be healed. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive the Black Witch.
Oh my God, this is priceless. Magic for making candy rain from the sky, it says. Let's see. Dissolve sugar in cold water purified by the sun. Dip the magic wand in and say the incantation. What the hell? Cringe.
The black suits also rolled around, guffawing. Then, grinning, the Black Witch whispered something into Kasumi's ear. Then, after glaring at me with a grin, Kasumi took that page. Kasumi grabbed hold of that page, tore it out, crumpled it up, and threw it away.
That's so mean. That was Maria's magic. Oh, really? How sad.
It was one of the magics to summon happiness that Maria had made with Sakutaro. Anyone knows that making sugar water, coloring it with paint, and leaving it by the window isn't going to make candy rain from the sky. But after repeating that every day, one time when she got back from school, she found several pieces of candy scattered around that place. How happy must that miracle have made Maria Onechan? What good care she must have taken of those candies, savoring them during her nights all alone with Sakutaro to distract herself from her loneliness. That magic which Onechan had created was torn out, thrown away, and disappeared. The entire miracle of happiness created by that magic, she tore out and threw away.
Oh, this one's another classic. Magic to make dinner be cream croquettes. What's this next one? Magic to make bell peppers taste nice? This is amazing. Ridiculous. Tear that too. Why not tear it more and more forever?
With a cruel-hearted, loud laugh, the Black Witch made her tear out Maria Onechan's magics one after another. She sneered at those happy magics, ripped them out, and threw them away.
Stop it! Stop it! Don't defile Lady Maria's magic! Don't defile it with your filthy toxin!
Mammon cried and yelled, but she had no way of reaching Kasumi.
Who cares? Why don't you just be defiled forever? Magical miracles, magic to bring happiness, doesn't exist. There's no such thing. Pain and suffering, you see, can only be healed by pushing them onto someone else. Now you were what they called a magic friend, right? Sumadera Kasumi, open it up to her page.
What's this? Magic friends, it says.
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory?
What a creepy name. It says they can fly at awesome speeds and finish off the enemy for you. Anjay, if you can use this kind of magic, shouldn't you use it right now?
Stupid.
The pages that wrote of the Seven Sisters of Purgatory were also heartlessly torn away. The pages themselves were just paper. They weren't Mammon's vessel or anything. But the tearing, denying toxin burned Mammon from the inside. Mammon's face twisted from the heat and pain.
Are you okay, Mammon? Hang in there. I can handle it. It's not me, but Anja-sama who's in pain.
However, Mammon's expression was twisted in unbearable pain and humiliation.
Stop it, Black Witch! Why are you doing something like this? Why can't you use magic for happiness? Oh, you're a magic friend too, right? I'll defile you too. Sumadera Kasumi, look up this guy's page 2. What's this one? What's with this crappy scribble of a lion? Sakutaro. What a weird name. My best friend, it says. Really? This is your friend? Your close friend? This lion is? Is it? It really is a crappy scribble. So this butt-ugly lion is you. To think that you had something like this as a friend. That Shiramiya Maria kid's mind is so unbelievably wretched my sides are hurting. What a moron. Why not give up and die forever? Don't make fun of Maria. Stop it. Don't rip it. No way!
There was a shrill, tearing sound, and the page was filthily ripped out. The picture of Sakutaro that One-chan had drawn was violently ripped in half.
What a shitty drawing! You all laugh too.
Obeying the pair, the black suits laughed crudely, and heartlessly trampled all over the paper that had been thrown and torn away.
Sakutaro, be strong. I'm not sad. I just can't stand it. Maria's being made fun of, and I can't do anything about it. I can't stand it.
To humans who can't see us, it's as though we don't exist. We can only interact with humans that need us. That's why we're furniture. As Sakutaro and Mammon supported each other, they slumped down, sobbing. I couldn't stand it either. Only those who can see the world of magic can understand how wonderful it is. It can't be explained to humans who don't understand, and so it is mocked. If only you could show it, but you can't. Because in front of humans who are filled with the anti-magic toxin, and who can't understand magic, magic cannot be used.
I really don't get it. From this delusional diary, I've got to assume that something is wrong with your head. It really is interesting to take a peek into your happy-go-lucky little mind. You creepy child. You and Maria. And that stuffed animal and the furniture over there, too. Could laugh. You don't have any friends, do you? You're always all alone, and stuffed animals are your friends, right? What a pitiable child. Don't worry, I understand. I know what it's like to live that way. So I'll be the one to recognize you for what you are. You really are a pitiful little child.
So, to you, she looks like a pitiful child. Yes, I'm sure she does. If 100 people were to read One-chan's diary and grimoire, all 100 would probably get the same impression. I used to be one of them. But you know, in spite of all of that, Maria One-chan still called this a world of happiness. Don't deny that magic, that happiness.
Such a stubborn child you are. Alright, fine. This is the last one. I'll tear apart the source of the absolutely ridiculous magic that you and Maria believed in. Sumidera Kasumi, read this page. What is this colorful page? Let's see. Magic 2. Always be friends with Mama, who I love. No! Not that page! Oh? This magic really is simple. I think even I could do it without any practice at all. Even I can remember an incantation this short. Shall I give it a go? It really is a short incantation, isn't it? Alright, give it a try. Let's all burst it out.
With expressions that ridiculed it from the bottom of their hearts, the Black Witch and Kasumi puckered their lips in the most exaggerated way they could, and said it aloud. The black suits stared blankly, asking what that was supposed to be. Then Kasumi answered, cackling.
This is supposed to be the incantation. Are you kidding me? Come on! Why don't you guys try it too?
The black suits imitated that moaning voice, making fun of it. That was the incantation for the magic that would let her always be friends with the mama she loved.
What is this stupidity? If you could make family relationships better by just saying ooh, we would have world peace forever. Ooh, a stupid moaning voice. If you do this over and over again, people are going to think you're a poor kid with...
Yeah, I'm not gonna say that.
I'm not gonna say that either. Are you stupid? Stop! At least don't mock that magic!
One day, when Maria One-chan and Aunt Rosa had gone on a picnic together, it was written that this was one of the 5 happiest days of her life, and One-chan was singing her mama a song that she had just learned from her. One-chan was happy to see that her mama was enjoying it very much, but partway through she forgot the lyrics. But her mama was enjoying it so much, so she tried to sing until the very end, with ooh, ooh, ooh. She sung it with fake lyrics, but her mama was very pleased. After that, ooh remained as an incantation to remember that day she had spent in fun and happiness with her mama. Of course, even though Aunt Rosa thought it funny at first, eventually she tired of hearing it, and later on, started to scold One-chan whenever she said it. But to One-chan, it was a memory of a fun day that she could never forget. So among the magics that Maria created, it was the oldest and the first. Kasumi stuck her fingernails into that page too.
Stop! Don't tear it! At least spare that page. No way!
With a shrill sound, a girl's world of happiness was erased.
Is this your magic of happiness? Hilarious, hilarious! Why would you ever think that magic could make people happy? Magic, listen now, is made of anger and hatred. Happiness is what you call the feeling of release you get only when you've pushed all of that hatred you can bear onto someone else. The happiness you're all talking about is a phantom that doesn't show up outside picture books.
As Kasumi laughed her head off, she slammed the grimoire against the ground and stepped on it.
Can't stand it? Well, can't stand it?
You white witches of happiness. If you can't stand it that much, why don't you just show us? Show us your magic! If it exists, then you just have to use it and show us, right? A witch that can't use magic isn't a witch. So we're the real witches. You're just brats trying to escape reality with the dream of magic.
Then, if I can show you magic, will you believe in One-chan's magic?
Huh? Oh yes. I'll believe. If you can use magic and show me, that is. Go on then. Do it, you shit for brains little brat!
Silently, slowly, I stood up. The sensations of this small world, such as the pain in my body, felt truly insignificant.
Oh, looks like you've still got enough energy to stand up, Miss Great Witch.
Yeah, I understand your points, Cross Trash and A Wild Hannah appeared. And I think there is some merit to that. I just personally don't want to say that word.
Now that you've stood up, what are you going to show us? Go on, show us your magic.
Magic exists.
What? What's this kid coming out with now? Did you guys hear that? Quiet! Isn't that interesting? You people have always declined to show this power of miracles because of the anti-magic toxin. Disciple of the White Witch, Maria. Try showing me magic! Do you have any clue how many humans have believed in that miracle and been betrayed? Every one of them believed. Every one of them was betrayed and despaired. And they all learned that true magic can only be gained by the power of black witches like me.
Taking your hatred out on someone else is nothing more than a crime. That isn't magic. I'll show you what real magic is.
You...
The Black Witch winced slightly. However, Kasumi sneered at me even more.
Show me then. So, what kind of magic are you going to show me? Magic to make candy rain from the sky? What else to make magic? Or else magic to make cookies multiply? What?
The instant I opened my eyes, a tremendous wind arose.
What is this all of a sudden? Come, arise. The Seven Sisters of Purgatory. What?
There was a flash behind me, and in an instant, 7 high-level furniture were gathered there. It was a power that far surpassed the magical power I'd had in my prime. It was a power that matched even Maria One-chan and Beatrice.
The Seven Sisters of Purgatory, right here! Anje-sama.
You said it once. Because I lacked magical power and resolve, I could not use you or your sisters. This isn't some cheap emotion, like wanting to get back at my bullying classmates. In order to protect Maria One-chan's, Maria Sorcier's world, I now order you to show me the miracle of magic.
It's impossible. There's just no way, not with such a massive toxin in front of us.
The Seven Sisters also remembered what once had happened in the classroom. If they could have just obeyed Anje's order, they would have. However, surrounded by the toxin that runs thick in humans, they hadn't been able to display the miracle of magic. And they remembered very well how deeply that had hurt Anje. But Anje spoke very quietly.
In that case, you all believe too.
Huh?
Maria Sorcier was created to make people happy, and also to fight the Black Witch. The foolish Black Witch denies the world created by one of the founders, the Witch of Origins, Lady Maria. In order to show her that miracle, and in order to protect that world, believe in magic, in witches, right now, in the miracle.
Kasumi gave an order to the black suits, and one of them took out a gun and pointed it at Anje.
You're going to show us magic, right? Then show us, if you would. Use magic to shoot this man down with a fireball or lightning or something. You get one chance. Show us before I count to 3, all right? If you can't, then you'd best prepare yourself, okay?
Shoot me. What's with this kid? Oh, wait, that's it.
What's with this kid? She's fucking crazy.
The black suit pointing the gun laughed at Anje's composure.
Are you serious? This girl's living in in Cloud Cuckoo Land. In that case, get yourself shot. Why don't you just die forever? Anje, it's impossible. You can't block bullets with magic.
No, there's nothing to be afraid of. To my magic, the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, bullets are like nothing. Anje-sama.
Mammon was flustered by Anje's absolute trust. She would have loved to live up to that trust if only she could. On that day as well. But she had been unable to do anything, and she had hurt Anje.
You little shit. You can use magic, huh? Then goddamn show us already. What's the holdup? Show us some magic, right now! Come on, no need to hold back. Shazow! Blast me with some magic, I dare ya!
The black suits jeered at her, but Anje simply concentrated her mind in silence.
Why not just shoot and kill her forever? She's even telling you to shoot her.
This kid's already lost her mind from fear. Bye-bye, Anje-chan. Go and play witches as much as you want in heaven. Shoot her.
You sure?
Shoot! Die, Anje! Magic it up if you can, brat!
The black suit cocked the gun, and, sneering, he pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, and the world stopped. A red spray scattered, and chunks of flesh flew.
What are you doing, Mammon? You would let this boorish pebble of a bullet reach Anje-sama?
Lucifer had lined up the bullet perfectly, and with a single swing, had sliced it in two. And, in the chest of that black suit who had apparently fired the gun, there was a hole as big as a fist.
Every once in a while, it's all right for me to go first, right?
Half of Leviathan's body was covered with blood, and she wore a cold smile. Then, slowly, the pitiful prey that she had brought down fell over.
You pierced a human! Idiot! Do you still not believe in our master's magic power? Are you kidding me? You manifested in front of this many humans? What?
Kasumi and the rest were thrown into confusion. He certainly seemed to have fired the gun. However, it hadn't hit Anje. And why was the person who fired instead? This is magic. Great job, Leviathan.
I am the most honored. You foolish humans who dare oppose our master! Now is the time of judgment! Prostrate yourselves! How? You shouldn't be able to bring magic into the world of humans! They shouldn't be able to see magic! They shouldn't be able to be touched by magic! How?
Because this is true magic.
What are you people doing? Kill her! Kill her!
One of the black suits who had finally come to his senses pulled his gun, aimed.
Did you think I'd overlook the disrespect of pointing a gun at our master? Die!
Those words were his funeral. The man had already been struck through the chest by Lucifer, who had become the stake of pride in an instant. Thump. The sound of the second person falling brought it back home to the black suits that their lives were unmistakably in peril.
Help!
Almost paralyzed with fright, the man turned on his heels in an attempt to escape from that place, and in that instant, the stake of sloth.
Be thankful that this is the only recompense for your violence against our master. Die!
A hole as big as a walnut opened in his right eye and his head split. Belphegor was sprayed with blood and her face twisted demonically with the joy of being able to use her full power.
Who's there? Where are you?
The black suits panicked, pointing their guns in every direction, but they didn't understand what was happening. They only knew that something terrifying was coming for them from somewhere, but they didn't know where.
Idiots! The enemy is right in front of you! The witch's furniture is after you!
But they could not see. Because they couldn't believe in magic, they could not see. Just as the Black Witch said, Satan was standing boldly right in front of the black suit. However, the black suit couldn't see that at all.
You think humans could see our forms? Perceive us?
You stupid humans! Time to pay for your foolish compensation for forgetting your awe of magic! What is this? What's going on?
You cannot see, because you have no love.
Impossible! There are so many humans here! The anti-magic toxin is everywhere! How can you manifest your magic? What are you?
A witch, and unlike you, a real one.
What? Damn you, you bitch!
As though announcing his candidacy for the fourth victim, one of the black suits pointed his gun at Anje, and pulled the... Anje glared at him coldly and simply ordered,
Fucking die!
Next, Satan.
Satan the Wrathful already right here. Slowpoke, you think a simple bullet could hit Anje-sama or any of us now?
The stake of wrath pierced and smashed the bullet fired by the black suit and continued straight on towards the man's face.
Know your foolishness and regret it in hell. Die!
With a terrible explosive sound, the upper half of the man's head was smashed. Bathed in scattered flesh and blood, Anje quietly asked one more time, So, Aunt Kasumi, do you still not feel like believing in magic?
This is crazy. This can't be real. I won't accept it. There's no way magic is real. Yes, that's right. There's no way magic exists. There's no way witches exist.
Magic exists! Witches exist! Uryu!
Yes, magic exists. Witches exist. And in the world filled with anger and sadness, you can make them into the key that opens the door to a world of happiness. I won't let someone like you deny that.
Everyone holds the key to the world of happiness in the palm of their hand, and no one has any right to seal that away.
You poor human who cannot understand this. If there had been any magic in your life, it would surely have been very different, and much more peaceful. Not once in your entire life were you able to meet with the true witch, and for this, I pity you. Kasumi let out a piercing scream. At the same time, the two remaining black suits came for me at once, and thrusted their guns against my head, like they were trying to use me as a hostage against something their eyes couldn't see. Against the Seven Sisters of Purgatory, high-level furniture who had now reached the level of weapons, this was completely and totally pointless.
Damn it, where are you? You don't stop attacking and now this bitch is... you don't stop attacking and this bitch is dead! Show yourself!
What's this guy on about? And his guts look so tasty, too.
Anje-sama, leave the next one to me.
Go ahead, kill him.
I'm so very grateful. Die!
The man's chest split and his guts poured out. This terrible way of dying threw the other man into a total panic. However, Asmodeus' form was already at his back, embracing his neck with her arm and smiling obscenely.
What a cute kid. Hey, where do you want me to pierce you? Anje-sama, do you have any preference?
Head.
Certainly, my master. Die!
The final black suit had his head smashed by the stake of lust, and as his insides scattered, and he twisted and fell. In that gruesome world where 6 people lay in a sea of blood, witch and human confronted each other. Sumidera Kasumi, I sympathize with your pitiable life from the bottom of my heart. I can give you magic to seal up that unfillable hole in your heart. If you will believe in that magic, that is.
Don't be so ridiculous. This is... I won't accept it.
As Kasumi slowly retreated backwards, scared out of her wits, she picked up a handgun that someone had dropped. Then, shaking, she pointed it at Anje.
That's right, Kasumi. Shoot her with that gun. Turn your hatred into a bullet and shoot. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. If I don't kill you, my life will go unrewarded. Yes, kill her. Pull the trigger. Take all of the anger and pain from your shabby life until now. Use it all against her. If you don't, you won't be released from your pain and anguish.
Stop it, Aunt Kasumi. You mustn't lend an ear to the Black Witch.
I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Because of your mother.
My entire life has been a wreck! And maybe, starting now, bit by bit, you can turn that life into something bright and peaceful. With my magic. If you simply believe in magic and have a change of heart, it can open the door to a new world for you. There's no such thing! The salvation she speaks of is obviously just some fairy tale! Your life is already covered with thorns until you die! Let her hear your cries of agony! You can't regain anything that was lost, right? Sumidera Kasumi! Yes, you might not be able to regain anything, but I'm sure you can create something new. So Aunt Kasumi, throw that gun away. I might be able to teach you of a world of happiness too. You don't know. Because your mother ran away. I was forced to marry her fiancé as a substitute. You know I had a man who promised to spend his life with me. You know I was forced to break up with him. You think you understand how I felt when I was made to wed in your mother's place and was forced to consummate marriage with a man I barely even talked to? I wanted to kill her, but Nae-san just went and died on her own. That's why I'm going to kill you. Otherwise my thorn-covered life will never end. From Kasumi's eyes, frenzied tears dripped down. This poor woman. Even she had such clear and beautiful tears. But for that very reason, she hadn't been able to withstand her sad pain, and had no choice but to listen to the Black Witch's temptation. I feel so sorry for you. In that case, the least I can do is to forever release you and your soul from the bonds of resentment. That might be the only bit of charity I can give you now. Die! Shiramiya Ante! Goodbye, Aunt Kasumi. Take a long rest in a quiet world. I no longer feel any anger or hatred towards you. I just want to let your soul rest in peace. Kasumi's handgun spat fire. Slowly, that bullet continued through a world frozen to the utmost limit, making its way toward Anjay's forehead. Mammon. Yes! Mammon the Covetous, right here! Thanks. Huh? It was because I met you and Sakutaro that I was able to understand everything.
Anjay.
Look away, Sakutaro. Mammon, release that woman. And protect the honor of Maria Sorcia. Yes! Prepare yourself, Sumidera Kasumi! Even though the world was frozen, the stake of greed flashed like lightning, and was already through Kasumi and on the other side. If you possess the slightest virtue, you shall have an audience again on the mountain of purgatory. Die! The upper half of Sumidera Kasumi's head shattered. Her cage of flesh was broken, and she was finally released. And now, it's just you. The Black Witch. At this point, I feel bad for even seeing a resemblance to Aunt Eva in you.
If my form still looks like Ushiramiya Eva, that means you still haven't been able to forgive the me inside yourself. I understand, Anjay. You also want to be released from your thorn-covered life more than anything. In that case, I've thought of something interesting. I'll show you magic as well. I won't be the one to kill you.
With the worst smile on her face, the Black Witch changed her form into something like a black mist, or else a vast swarm of black flying insects which began to swirl around me. Then, that black mist began to amass bit by bit, shaping itself into the form of a human. What is this supposed to be?
I think you know very well what. The woman you hated and despised the most. And that woman hated and despised you the most as well.
When the black mist cleared, over there was Aunt Eva's form, as she had been while alive. In her hands, she was holding a gun. Aunt Eva died.
Long time no see, Anjay. I've returned from hell to kill you.
Aunt Ava glared at me, laughing madly. But I'm not that surprised. Aunt Ava was that kind of person.
I imagine my funeral cleared your mood up quite a bit, didn't it? It did for me too, because it meant that I never had to see your face again. But I did have just one regret. And this is it.
Killing me? Was that your last request? How pitiful. Even after death, Aunt wasn't released from her suffering.
It was the Black Witch's power that was the source of my magic. Anger and hatred taught me how to work hard and persist. Completely different from the escapist magic that you speak of.
The magic you speak of is nothing more than a stress reduction through outbursts of anger. Our magic is different. It can remake the entire world. It's of a completely different class than your ill-natured magic.
In that case, I'll settle it here, once and for all. Which comes out on top, black or white? By my black magic, I've performed a miracle that has allowed me to revive and point a gun at you like this, even after death. With what kind of miracle will your white magic fight back?
I've taken you in amongst the anti-magic toxin.
You won't be able to call the Seven Sisters anymore. That miracle just now won't occur again.
But it will, regardless. That's the reason it's called magic. All right. Mammon, lend me your power. But Mammon didn't respond. She didn't appear. Certainly, as she said, the anti-magic toxin had burned everything up like a wasteland parched by a blazing sun. This might be a little tough.
It's useless to call out. Never again will the Seven Sisters of Purgatory answer you.
Like I said, I can call them anyway. That's what makes it magic, right? You're a sad child, aren't you? So long. The simple days we spent together were reasonably fun. This is goodbye. It must be nice for you that this was your final stop. Yeah, totally. That's very thoughtful of you.
Thanks. Then this is farewell.
The barrel of the gun rose slowly, so that you could see all the way down it. And the trigger was slowly. Then, there was a loud bang from the gun. Not in the sense that it fired. It exploded.
You're kidding me!
In shock, inside frozen space, Ava looked at the exploded gun. When time unfroze, the fragments would probably smash into her face all at once. Mammon the Covetous. Right here.
You are kidding me!
Behind Ava's back, Mammon stood. She had already penetrated the target I had given her, which was the gun. Is this enough magic for you, Aunt Ava? Then, time unfroze. Fragments of the ruptured gun and gunpowder gas burned her face. Letting out a shrill scream, she rolled around, covering her face. It was pitiful. Unlucky. This is game over, Aunt Ava. I signaled to Mammon to free Ava quickly from her pain as she writhed around with her burnt face. Thank you, Mammon. I'd like to apologize again now, from the bottom of my heart, for calling all of you powerless on that day in the classroom. You were excellent furniture for protecting witches. It is I who should be grateful. I feel truly honored to have been able to meet a good witch and a good master in the end, and to have had the opportunity to fulfill my duty as furniture. Mammon understood. This would be the final job I would ever give her. Mammon quietly walked close. Then she looked down upon her. Aunt Ava, thank you for sticking with me until today. This is farewell. Have a nice dream. See you in hell. Cool. Then, the light sound of her forehead being perforated rang out. The battle of gunpowder, smoke, delirium, and white and black magic was over. It felt like it had been a long, truly long journey, and the world slowly sank into darkness. The stars that should be sparkling lay not in the sky, but were scattered beneath me. when I recognized that the pearls and rubies were creating a river of white and red. I realized that it was a vast nighttime scene that was spread out below me. I was in the sky of that nighttime scene, neither standing nor flying, but simply floating in the air. From nowhere in particular, I could hear the sound of one person clapping. A truly dull applause. I understood. It was the one who ordered me to go on this journey, Bernkestown. Congratulations, Endless Witch, Anje Beatrice. At the end of your travels, you understood everything about magic. Yes, I now understand everything about magic. I am a witch. The last witch who inherited the magical world created by Maria Sorcier. No one beside you, no one besides you, can tear Beatrice's world to pieces. And it was through coming to know magic that I learned also how to resist it. Magic is made of love, and sadness, and anger. No matter how cruel a witch Beatrice might have been, the source of her magic is exactly the same. And that's why, honestly, I wish I could leave that world of hers alone. After all, in her eyes at least, that world is as complete as it is. But then, you'd have to give up on your family. That's right. So although I feel bad about it, I have to fight. Because the very reason I left on this journey to become a witch was so that I could bet on the small probability that I could take my family back. Unless you kill Beatrice, only worlds of isolation can exist for you. As one who has traveled through billions of fragments, I guarantee it. I understand. I don't have room for compassion. I must make my heart a demon and tear her heart to pieces. It's good that you're steady in your resolve. I was worried that as another witch like her, you might grow attached and lose your will to continue. Coming from a person like her, whose face was almost always expressionless, those words felt a bit hollow. Bernkestown, the enigmatic witch who invited me on this journey. There were moments when I suspected that you might have been lying to me. Why? I am the Anje of 1998, so even if I save my family, that will only bring relief to the Anje of 1986. It won't do anything for me, so I sometimes felt like I was being deceived. That's correct. I deceived you. But now I'm grateful. After all, in the end, you did teach me the way to take my family back. I didn't teach you anything. If you have come to know that, it's a state of understanding that you reached on your own as a witch. That place you've reached is different from mine. I myself cannot comprehend it, but if it is as you say, then congratulations. I'm not a player in this game, but a piece. You said this to me, right? Yes, I did. Now I fully understand that role. A piece doesn't need emotions. It just has to give its all for the sake of victory. Yes, that's exactly right. A game is where you each make the best possible move, right? If you allow your moves to get distorted by hesitation and indecision, your opponent will be confused as well. Sorry, Beatrice. But don't hold it against me. Ushirimiya Anje still needs her family. So I have the right to fight you, so that I can take them back. And you have the responsibility to accept my challenge. So please, don't hold it against me. In exchange, if you do win in this game, I'll give you my blessing as well. Now, let's go. As the piece I am, it's finally time for my true turn. Sorry, Beatrice.
I can't hand Oni-chan over to you!
The world whitened. It wasn't white. It was the blindingly bright color of gold. That place was the beautiful Ushirimiya family rose garden. However, the roses were all gold. The nectar was also golden. The butterflies gathering there were gold as well. This is the Golden Land. And that is where we are going to stop for tonight. Hee 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 ha 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 ha. Hoo 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 hoo. Sorry to do it to you, but hey!
next week's is going to be the finale of episode 4. Aren't you excited for that? We have a lot to look forward to next week. A lot to look forward to next week. I am also going to have some special things prepared for next week, too. So, look forward to that.
But we don't have time for that now. We have to get on out of here so that we can do our theorizing and our art. Badunk. Alright. Let's just like pull up the characters. Yeah, I guess I'll just, for stock, I'll put up the episode 3 character menu. Put on Kyrie Map Pat. And I will get art ready. While you guys talk amongst yourselves. Give me your thoughts. What's going on? Let's see, is there anything new? Yes, there is. Oh, you guys have put some very good things in the tag today. There was already quite a bit of good stuff, but there's new stuff in there that was not there when I started streaming, so I'm very, very excited here. Let's get that. Oh my god. Holy shit. Art is so good this week, holy shit. Oh my god, you guys really came out for this one. I'm manifesting it now. We have to have an even greater art week next week because it's gonna be the finale of the question arcs. We gotta get that energy going. We gotta do this. But you guys are doing great. Wow, damn. This has to be the most art that we've ever had for 1 week. This is crazy. You guys really pulled out all the stops. Can we top this next time? I don't know. But like, damn. Alright. I have gathered the art, so now I can look at chat. Ahem. Let's see. What have you been saying? Okay. Great work on Beato and NJ this stream. Thank you. I'm still processing everything that happened here. Oh yeah, yep, I understand. Battler being dead mirrors Kinzo being dead, so, ooh, interesting. Yeah, you bring up a fair point. Lame theory, Anji was actually safe because Amakusa was sniping. I mean, it's possible. He did bring a big old tote bag with him, and he was pretty clear that there was something of a gun in there. Citrine Ray with the Canadian $5 was recently listening to the A Trilogy video, and I personally think Maria and Pearl Faye would have been friends. Oh yeah, Maria would have loved Pearl. She sees like 1 ounce of that spirit channeling shit, she would have been like, you are my best friend forever now. That would have been, seeing a crossover of that would be so cute. Somebody get on that. Part of me feels like the back 4 episodes might be something like having Anjay in a similar position to Battler, fighting through a new ritual whilst investigating. Ooh. That would be very interesting. You forgot to show the death screens of everyone. I did not. They haven't shown them to us yet. Only George's was updated. We haven't gotten them. After that, I still feel like Kinzo's dead theory hasn't been debunked. Okay, fair enough. So I have experience. I feel Battler will come back. That's the best I got. Well, obviously my goat's gotta return. First episode that made me genuinely leave midstream, I was actually crying. Oh, I'm sorry, Tofu64. I hope you're okay. I hope you're feeling alright.
obviously, yeah, like, if you ever need to dip out, like, anybody needs to dip out, then, like, definitely, you know, take care of yourself first and foremost. I was talking about this earlier, but I think the Battler is still who he thinks he is, but his mom isn't who he thought, and Beatrice got him on a technicality. The mention of Kyrie having a boy that was born and died the same day as Battler seems too important to be a throwaway detail, to be honest. I like that you are working with the pieces that you have. I'm glad that people are remembering all these things that have been brought up before. It's very good, very good. Good job. The one screen with the two Beatos, I'm positive is one of those things where when we've ended coming back to it will be an "oh, you sly bastard" moment. The truth laid bare, hidden in plain sight. Perhaps. I'm not gonna play my hand. I'm not gonna say anything. But... my stupid art feels even wilder with the stuff we heard about Rudolph. Oh yeah, we'll get to that, Atropos. I'm interested in making Sonic versions of the Umineko cast. How would I tag Mercy again? It is the hashtag NezumiVA stream on both Twitter and Tumblr. You can use either or. Let's see. It scrolled me down. Again. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but I think that Game Battler is Anjay sort of putting herself in his shoes, explaining why he can't say that Asumi is his mom in red. Ooh, that's an interesting way to look at it. Like Anjay being the sort of like the chess player, sort of in that is a very interesting way to look at it. Still not 100% on what his sin was 6 years prior, though. Yeah, y'all are gonna have to be thinking about that for the next week. You're gonna have to give me some of those Battler sin theories next time, for sure. I just noticed earlier that Sakataro's lines used the little, like, one quote instead of, or the apostrophe instead of the quotes, which is an interesting detail. I didn't even notice that, to be honest with you. It's actually kind of, yeah, that is very interesting. Split between Peace Trice and Player Trice, and the idea that Battler, even if not our Battler, did something so horrible that the fact he didn't remember made it Player Trice react like that. Yeah, it's a lot, isn't it? It sure is a lot. So neat detail I picked up. Anjay has been throwing around stuff in English, right? And Beato said Battler did that as well, so that means Anjay picked that up from him. Oh, yep, that is true. Also, there's a really obvious logic error with the whole not Asumu's child equals not Kinzo's grandchild. Yeah. Not to sort of like lay too heavily on the scales about what was going on with Battler, but like there was a really easy way out of that, and he definitely didn't take it. I understand because he was kind of having a little bit of an existential crisis at that moment, and if I were him, I probably would be too. But you know, yeah, Battler. Love you, buddy. You're kind of stupid. The way Anjay fought Ava is totally unlike Battler fighting Beato. He doesn't understand her at all. That's an interesting thing to say. I wonder if that has anything to do with what's been going on with them. Outright refused to try and figure out that last scene with the stakes from a mundane perspective. Anjay summoned her girlfriend's family and killed Kasumi. The worst to ever do it. Yep, I mean, you know, not knowing, or not wanting to know is also a form of love. This is my third time and my head is still spinning processing everything. I know, this part in particular is like, ooh, there's a lot going on. There's still some bits and pieces here that I myself kind of struggle to wrap my head around a little sometimes. Beatrice would IMO be okay with having a qualified opponent being anyone regardless of blood. In my opinion, she only did that out of spite and anger and wanting to give up the game. Interesting. Someone do Maria and Pearl Harbor next week, I suppose, yeah. Only George does. Basically got no confirmation of deaths as well. Yeah, I wonder if we'll be getting to that. The meaning behind "ooh, fucking killed me." Yep, that revelation is like one of the hardest hitting things in Umineko to me. It's like genuinely getting to that moment made me like fucking lose it crying. Like holy shit, that hit me really hard the first time I got to it. Willie, as I've been saying all chapter, I think the sin is the promise Battler made to Shannon. My only proof is the mention of Battler saying Stefan English quirk by Beato on the phone. Okay, yeah, that's an interesting thing to pick up because, yeah, I like, you know, Shannon does sort of mention his language habits while in that sort of, like, little throwaway conversation where they're like, oh, tell us about some embarrassing things that Battler has said. And, yeah. Very based of you to remember such, like, a minor detail from all the way back in, what was it, episode 2, I think, by the way? It was I think it was episode 2. I don't think it was 3. Pretty sure it was 2. Anyway, yeah, good of you to remember them. Goda is cooking meatballs in heaven. True. This man has done nothing wrong. After reading Higurashi, lots of stuff in this chapter made me go Ryukishi. Yep. Maria mentioning how her and Beato tried to bring more people into the Witches' Alliance draws this parallel between Maria and Anjay's relationship and Beato and Battler's relationship. In Anjay and Maria's case, Maria tried to show her magic, Anjay denied and hurt her, just to eventually apologize for her sin and learn magic. But with Beato and Battler, he doesn't realize his sin and keeps denying magic. Even the scene where Maria comforts Beato is similar to how Beato comforted her. This game is Beato trying to show Battler her magic. Ooh. That is a very interesting way to look at it. And I do think there are some interesting parallels there between the characters. Ryukishi is very good at that. The phone calls all being "you gotta believe" feels way too forced. The killer had a gun to their head and is like, make him accept it, please. Like, Beato on the other end with her, like, big fucking, like, magnum revolver, like, if you don't say that there was a big buff goat and then Kraus fought that big buff goat, I swear to fucking God, I will do it! I will blow your brains out! Can you imagine? But, yeah, I mean, you know, it's definitely plausible. The whole Battler versus Beato board thing was probably a very direct way to try to get him emotional so that he'd be vulnerable on the lead up to the test and the confrontation about is Battler's sin. Can't believe it was actually onto something with imposter Battler theory. Then again, all that stuff about body doubles wasn't said in red. Yeah, that was just like a theory that she was proposing, basically, and Battler was having a moment, so he was just like, oh, no, ah! There's a picture, and this is mentioned in the Golden Truths podcast as well. Very classic Umineko picture on Tumblr somewhere. I'm gonna have to find it after the stream is over. But essentially, it's like, it basically says, like, this is episode 4 of Umineko, and it's a picture of Beato pointing at Battler and in red saying, "Your mom," and Battler, like, fucking disappearing into dust. And, like, that is exactly what happened in that scene. That is 100% accurate to what happened in that scene. I love Slosh Triche. Battler's still hitting one roadblock and giving up. Yeah, pretty much. It was a very personal roadblock, but yeah. He was like, gets criticized once, fucking dies. Battler and Phoenix are the same brand of stupid at the worst possible times. Yeah, as a reminder, my Apollo Justice retrospective is coming out tomorrow, so please watch it. It's gonna be at 4 p.m. CST. Yay! Although even if you're not there for the premiere, obviously it will still be available after that, so. Yep. Makes sense in character for Battler to be freaking out. He did abandon half his family over his mom, so learning she wasn't actually his mom would throw his whole identity into chaos. Yeah, exactly. Ava Truch's return is the consolidation of her and Ava being separated from her to become an icon of revenge as a form of closure, also mirrored what Beato encouraged Maria to do to fix her hurt. Oh, yeah, that's yeah, definitely. Don't worry about the thinking is hard. I understand. That was a very good character observation. Blah blah blah. Can't wait for the next stream. Just watched all the other streams throughout the past week, and the story as a whole is one I've been greatly enjoying. Can't wait to see what happens next. I'm glad you've been enjoying it. We're really getting to the goodest of shit right now. So yeah, I'm glad everybody's having a good time with it. Let's see. Would next live stream be short, considering we don't have much left to cover for episode 4? Yeah, the next stream is going to be a little short, but we do have some little extra things that we're going to have in it, and I assume that the theorizing section is probably going to be a tiny bit longer than usual as well, so, you know, that'll probably make up for some of the time. We're already making up for a little bit of the time right now. I'm glad we all united together for Kraus Mats. Honestly, Kraus Mats was, like, one of my favorite parts of this stream tonight. Like, not just because of, like, the donations, which obviously I really appreciate, but just, like, seeing everybody get so hyped up and laughing at that part and all joining in on that. It was like, that's an experience I'm going to carry with me for a long, long time. Thank you. That was very fun, chat. I think maybe Battler, who is not Asumu's son, is more likely than Battler, who is Asumu's son. Maybe I'm stupid. No, you're not stupid. It's a lot to take in. People who go against magic can't exactly think of anything without a frame of reference to what's true. Game Battler is usually the source because he's a special case and in a way our spokesperson. Yeah, Battler is the the player character. Ferris, how long is the retrospective? I've got a long drive this weekend. It is actually slightly shorter than the first Ace Attorney video that I did. It is about like 3 hours, like 13 minutes-ish. That was on purpose. I tried to make it a little bit shorter. I still tried to provide maximum context, of course, and I waffle on and on about my favorite characters and, my analysis and stuff like that, but, as for, like, the other stuff, I did try to trim it down just a little bit because I had been thinking that I was maybe getting a little bit too granular. So I tried to sort of, smooth the process over just a little bit. Rudolph is a better parent than my dad, though. That's my opinion. Fair enough. Speak your truth. I kind of have to believe in magic since I'm experiencing a form of white magic myself, I guess. Speaking of Apologistus, I think Trucy Wright would be very good at unraveling the events on Rokenshima. Ooh, yes. I love Trucy. We all love to give Trucy her dues. I don't think Battler had a mother. Yeah, no, Battler spawned into this world, immediately formed as he was. Which is why he got tall so fast, as his family said. Battler was an immaculate conception of Rudolph. He was just like, Rudolph walked into an open field, put his hands to the sky, and he was like, give me a son! And then the thunder crackled, and then down from the tornado, Battler fell into the middle of the grass, and he was like, finally, a baby almost as shitty as me, but not quite. We'll meet Rudolph's secret lover soon. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Rudolph mitosis. Is that gonna be another running joke of the chat now? That, like, Rudolph just had an immaculate conception? Oh god, oh god, oh god. He sprung from Rudolph's head, fully formed like Athena. Rudolph used the spawn command and forgot to tag parental love on. Oh my god, okay. We're getting into the Rudolph magic impreg section of chat theories now, so I think that's probably my cue to go ahead and bring up the art. Let's go ahead and get this art. Where's Kyrie Matpat? There she is. Okay. Let's get this tab up. No, I'm not scared of the truth. Leave me alone. Yes, this. All right. So, oh right, we have to. Yes. So, here's our first fan art. You might recall that last week I made a joke about somebody drawing Kraus in Gap's clothing because somebody said something about Gap being Kraus, and well, our wonderful Yomi_0613 delivered on this one. I didn't, by the way, that face, that was me. I put that there. I'm sorry, OP. I put that there specifically because I don't know what YouTube is going to do. But if you want to see this image uncensored, then you can go to their Twitter for that. Caption, sorry, my hand slipped. Kraus and Gap clothes. Anyway, tangent, Kraus is actually my type visually. Well, I hope you got exactly what you wanted tonight, because Kraus got a lot of dues this wonderful night. I didn't think that somebody was actually going to do this, but this was fantastic. So thank you so much for doing that. Once again, that was, let me read off their username again. That was at Yomie, that's YOMIE_0613 on Twitter. Great art. Also did the Anjay and Maria art that we had the other week as well. So this is quite the contrast. But yes, absolutely excellent. Thank you so much. Really appreciate you contributing for all of the Kraus fans out there. Feeding them so well. Oh, you're in the chat. Good job. Okay. So next. Oh yeah, and also this is something that they added on to it as well, which is, yeah. We understand you, Natsuhi. We understand. Madam, this is a Wendy's. Jessica, your dad looks GNC as fuck. Like, can you imagine, like, the goat boxing throw?
Your dad looks GNC as fuck.
You're insane!
Okay. All right. Let's move on to this stuff from Daniel, who is consistently contributing great art. Another Umineko X Draw Detective, starting with Rose and Jessica. Jessie and Rose were fun. Both Rose and Grenda have swoopy hair, because I was drawing from Karina's art for reference, and she does that a lot. I'm not sure if I did Rose's hair right, but it was still fun drawing it. And of course, Jessica's hair and buns. I think Jessie's hands and arms could have used some work, but when don't they? I feel like they'd get along well. I almost wrote not taken seriously for both of them, but I felt like the text was already a bit crowding. Also, these pieces were transer than you'd think. George was a joke. Oh yeah, we're gonna get to George in just a second. But I think there's a way to transfem canon as a headcanon. I thought the joke about Ogilvy being a deviled egg was clever. Ah ha ha. Good job. We love egg puns, as usual. So, moving on to that, George. Here's that. And that was... George's key character trait is that he sucks. And since Grandma's first appearance were his lady duel drawing and being rude to Avis, I think they work as good foils. I hope I drew her well enough that they look like they're pulling off the banana suit. I actually did this one crazy fast. It was surprising. I've been speeding up lately. It's been a wonderful feeling. Really feel like I've got some mojo back from a while ago. At first I was disturbed that I was able to draw George and Grandma's intricate romper in such a short amount of time, but then I managed to get the next piece done the next day, foreshadowing, so I think it's just that I'm on a roll. I've got a few other ideas of what to draw too. In terms of the NezumiVA read-through, I'm really interested to see how many of the plot threads move forward and coalesce. Link to the stream is here and comms are open as always. Have a nice evening, much love. Yes, please, by all means. Commission Daniel. This is on his Tumblr at Spaniel Tower. Great stuff. And yeah, did a great job with these as usual. Again, I don't really know much about Draw Detectives, but the characters look like a lot of fun, and now I am convinced that I will have to check it out sometime. So let's go to the next one. This one was contributed by Tumblr user at Ubi-Ubi, that's OOBI-OOBI, and we've got Ava, my favorite woman. I've been watching NezumiVA's Umineko playthrough, and I've been having a blast, so I'm unbelievably locked in. I've convinced myself that I'll solve the epitaph and predict every twist. I won't. Anyways, new addition to the list of women I would grovel to. You and me both, buddy. We love a incredibly pretty queen, and the markers here is a really nice touch. I really like how the gold looks on this with the trimming and everything. You did a great job with her. Thank you for this wonderful Ava art. I am well fed on this wonderful Friday evening. I had to remember what day it was for a second. I'm doing okay. Next up, we have this from Atropos, which we'll get context in just a moment. There was a discussion about the poem First They Came For in Nezumi's VA voice chat because we mentioned the, if you don't know, Ken Penders, infamous Sonic comic artist, decided that it was a good idea to make a derivative poem of First They Came For by Martin de Mahler, you know, the one that was about a very particularly sensitive historical event that you may know of, and made it about hedgehogs and echidnas. And, yeah, we were talking about Sonic, we were talking about Sonic comics and stuff like that, so we were making fun of him for a second because of that, because, I mean, how can you not? How can you not? Anyway, I mentioned that my estranged father gave me a magnet with that as a Christmas present, and someone said Rudolph is Shiromia energy, and the idea of Battler getting that really amused me. This is the first time I've used this account in like 5 years. So yeah, here's Battler saying, what the fuck is this? And there was the magnet in question, which is, yeah, crazy gift to receive. Moving on, we have this from, let me go back to the tab. This is from Normal Gaybro on Twitter. These are some quality photoshops.
You're not making any sense, Canon-kun. What are you saying? In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in. Have you ever seen me without this stupid hat on? That's weird.
Of course, the classic Riverdale quote, which, come to think of it, casting Canon as Jughead is very funny. Now I'm gonna need to see him in those like fucking stupid emo clothes. So, yeah, thank you for the quality edit, Normal Gaybro. This is great. We also have this follow-up Kraus from Yomie underscore 0613. Gamer Kraus with the kitty headphones. Kraus W, Ganbate, you can do it. Kraus moment.
Kraus Gaming, let's go!
Thank you for the super chats. I will now try to defeat the goat.
No spoilers, Kraus is playing blind. Jessica Ushirimiya. This is fantastic. This is also really, really good. I love the idea of like this composed businessman, still in his suit, mind you, with the kitty earphones, getting donations from Super Chat, playing like a fighting game or something. This is everything that I needed to see and more. Thank you so much. I am so blessed with so much good Kraus this week. Next, we have this really good art, which, Normal Gaybro, mostly traced from official art, but I'm still happy with it. Custom Grim Snarl, because Kinzo already looks like one. A Mega Alakazam, the Wish Pokemon. Golden Go, because, of course, King Gambit for vibes. One-Winged Eagle changed to Ho-Oh Feather. This is a really interesting team for him, actually. I wish that I were a little bit more, like, up on my Pokemon knowledge. But, like, all of your explanations here really do work well for me. And also, Kinzo rendered in the Pokemon style works surprisingly well. Like, he actually does look like he would really fit in the Pokemon universe in his current design. Like, he's definitely got some weird, like, Giovanni energy going about him. Unfortunately, he is much more unhinged in several different ways. So I don't know that even Giovanni would want to be around him. But, you know, still, fantastic artwork. Really, really enjoy this. Thank you so much. And I would love to see somebody, like, put together something with Kinzo and his team or something. that would actually be great. And we got this from JunePop45. Don't cry. Everything will be okay. Uryu. We love Sakutaro. As always, we love Sakutaro. Sakutaro deserves everything. We need more Sakutaro. Stocks. Sakutaro stocks are rising constantly, and they're always giving back. Hashtag Uryu in the chat. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, thank you so much for the baby. We love him. And let me just refresh the tag real quick just to make sure I'm not missing anything. Let's move on to our last art, but certainly not the least. This from Comically Draconic on Tumblr. I haven't drawn anything in a while, but I've been really enjoying NezumiVA's Umineko streams, and I wanted to draw something as fan art at some point, so here is a quick, by my standards anyway, smug Maria with a fitting caption.
Clearly you don't believe in air fryers.
And, yeah, I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, if clearly you don't own or believe in an air fryer, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble. And Maria is going to make sure of that. There's no better way to quickly make pizza rolls, which I am assuming is her favorite food. This is great. Thank you, Comically Draconic, for this. Okay, and that, after so much time, after such a great stream, that will be the end of it for now. So thank you all once again for tuning in to this wonderful Umineko stream. I have had such a great time. Make sure to tune in to the Apollo Justice video, whether you're there for the premiere tomorrow or if you watch it at some point afterwards. Whichever way, I would really appreciate the support. But thank you as always for being here. Next week, we finish episode 4, and we're gonna have a great time doing it. So, until then, stay magic, everybody. Peace!